my part. I'm doing 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 my part.
Look what you guys made me do. I no longer look like I'm at a stand-up comedy club night. Well, sort of, not really. I guess no. Look, Ma, no hands! No hands! I finally got the stand up again? The stand connected. We're reconnected. However, it is very dark today. Yes, I want to address the allegations of the the elephant in the room. There's no sunshine today, so it is incredibly dark. This is the first time I've been like, oh, maybe I really should be investing in a light. So it is extra dark today. I recognize that. There's nothing I'm gonna do about it. And I truly mean that. No sunshine in England? Well, I timed it well because I didn't stream the last few days. And the sun was glorious. And so it's a perfect time to have a little getaway because it was really, really beautiful weather. And now not so much. No, now not so much. So it is very, very, very dark. Like I said, I'm not going to be doing anything about it. So the things I will say is let me know if you can't hear me very well. I can technically put this a little bit closer to my mouth, but I like it here. So that's why I have put it here. I want to show off some things. I want to be able to show off the title first things first. So I went to Cambridge to visit a friend. I have a friend who's living in Cambridge. Unfortunately, they're not going to be living there for long, so I won't be able to visit them all the time in a short period, but that's why I wanted to make sure to get out of my that's why I wanted to make sure to see them before they move. And we accidentally brought a new friend home. Ta-da! I didn't think that I would be getting into plushie purchasing so early in my time in the UK. But I feared that I simply could not resist. He's just so cute. He's so cute. So I'm very, very happy. I thought that maybe since moving to the UK, I would crack down on the purchase of plushies. I was wrong. Is he squishy? He's pretty squishy. He's not like, there are some materials where you can be super, super squishy. I would say he's just a plush. He's just a regular kind of squish. He pops back very nicely, so I'm very happy. But it is also one of those things, you guys might not recognize this plushie if you're not up to date with the Pokemon lore. I don't know how to pronounce this Pokemon's name. I don't know if it's Morpeko or like Morepeko or any other variation, but basically it's supposed to go a little bit crazy. It has two forms. This is the happy form. This, as you can see from his cheeky little smile. And we went to a board game cafe, and the waitress, I don't know if she didn't seem like she knew what Pokemon were, or this Pokemon in particular, but she's like, oh my god, they're so cute, and they just like so round, and they're so squishy, and and she was like doing this thing, she was like, oh, very cute, and then I was like, thank you. Not that I made him from my own craft, but yeah, I like him too, is how I said it. And then she just lingered for a little bit too long. I'm like, don't kidnap my new friend. This is my friend. You cannot kidnap them. Oh my gosh, they do look like Hampton from the hamster dance. I see it. Come on, everybody. It's the hamster dance. Anyway, so that's just someone I wanted to show off nice and early. Good morning, everyone. How you going? There we go. I've just popped them there. And I'm going to grab my tea. So, I'm back. I had a little weekend off. It was good. I was trying to sort out a whole bunch of tech stuff. The tech stuff is still not sorted out. I don't know what it is. I've watched so many tutorials, hours, I tell you, and I've gotten further along than I was, but the things that I'm trying to organize still don't work, and I don't know what it is that is incorrect because promise you, I'm very good at following instructions. I'm very, very good at following instructions, and I don't know, but what I don't know is what I don't know. So I can't problem solve if I don't know why it's not working. And it's only on the YouTube side, so this basically only affects the people on YouTube. But just so you know, I am trying to work on it. I just don't know why the bot basically isn't talking to the chat is where the issue is. When are you collabing with iShowSpeed? It's funny you should say that, actually. I got a message from Amazon about how I need to use my £10 in an app purchase. So that's unrelated to iShowSpeed. I haven't gotten any messages from iShowSpeed, but maybe one day. No, I don't think that I have any reason to collab with iShowSpeed, and mainly because if that were to happen, and I've spoken about this before, is the sudden exposure. I don't think that I would be well suited to it. I'm already having like a little bit of imposter syndrome and what's the word? A little bit of anxiety, I suppose, over how many people have joined the YouTube channel recently, and that is by no means a massive feat compared to other channels. But for me, it's a big deal, and I'm like, ah, ah, ah. Anyhow, I do want to say a little thank you to Nick as well. Thank you so much for the subscription today. I did see that come through before the on the starting soon screen, so thank you very much if you're still here for using your Prime, and thanks for the follows, guys. I got potential. It does, yeah. Well, that's the thing. I don't even know. Anyway, it's.
I'm doing my part.
I was speaking with my friend in Cambridge about it, where I'm like, I don't know why I'm freaking out. And like I said, thank you, Nick. Like I said, it's not like a massive, you know, we don't suddenly have a silver YouTube play button on our way, but it is lovely to have everyone here and joining. So thank you guys for taking a chance on the channel, whether that on YouTube, whether that on Twitch. It is really lovely to see. So thank you guys. We're all counting on you. I don't know what for, but nonetheless. No, Drunk Lily, you're not quite so new. I like to support small content creators. Well, thank you very much. It is very appreciated. Yes, exactly. See, Mama, it's very overwhelming, I suppose, but I do appreciate it. Like, it's one of those. It's a good problem to have, I suppose. It's good anxiety. Hi, Rainia and Lucen. Thank you for being here. Airplane reference? Surely not. Not impotent. Whoa. What's the word? Not intentional. There we go. I don't know why that took me so long to say. My goodness gracious. Yeah, the LeBron. I love it, Sydney. Can you hypnotize me? No, that is not my field of expertise. In fact, I don't have any field of expertise, but, you know, I try. Although, no, maybe that was an intrusive thought that I probably should keep to myself. Still waking up, definitely. The thing is, this is just a cup of tea, Winky. So I have a cup of tea pretty much every single stream. It's very rare for me to start my stream without a cup of tea. It's kind of like my coffee, I suppose. Flex your muscles. You know what? All right. Oh wait, you're on the vertical. Oh gosh, I don't know how to flex it in the vertical. Oh yeah, there we go. We can be like the gym bro pose. Hold on. I'll do the gym bro pose. There we go. That's the gym bro pose. The one that gets put on the dating profile apps. I don't put honey in this tea. So this is black tea, so English breakfast tea, specifically from Twinings. No, not Twinings. I was going to say hashtag not sponsored, but it's not even from Twinings. It's from Yorkshire tea. It's Yorkshire Gold. And then just some milk. So I don't take any sugar in my milk. And I don't take sugar in my tea either. So this is just tea, water, and a splash of milk. I don't really have the ability. It's a bit low to show the coloring. So that's my little morning ritual rather than coffee. I do like my coffee, but if I had to give up one, I would be giving up coffee in favor for tea. I much prefer. I'm much more addicted, is that the word? Reliant maybe on cups of tea than I am coffee. But that being said, I do really enjoy going to get a cup of coffee as, I guess, a social thing. I don't have a coffee machine. I don't have coffee in my house whatsoever. I think that is genuinely a I feel like I don't enjoy having coffee at home. I don't really know what it is. I don't know if anyone else is the same, but I don't get the same satisfaction of drinking a coffee that I've made myself, I guess. That's for the peasants to make for me. Goodness gracious. Hairy armpit, you know it, baby. Check it out. Oh wait, you can't. There you go. Try New Zealand honey. I am very aware of Manuka honey as a New Zealander myself. There's actually a lot of controversy around Manuka honey because basically a lot of people are claiming Manuka honey, but it doesn't have the same properties that it has if from New Zealand, grown under all of the conditions in New Zealand. So there are people who are trying to make sure to trademark the name so that Manuka can only be slapped on honey that is grown in New Zealand rather than Manuka that is grown from exports and taking the seeds elsewhere. So that is a little FYI for you. Hi guys, good to see you. What is your height? I am 5'7" in answer to that question. I don't know what this word is, NH Mobile, sorry. Is that your name? Because if so, hello. Hey, Kiwi Mum loves Manuka honey in her coffee. I've never really heard about honey in coffee, admittedly. Sometimes I'll have honey in fruity teas. Like, do I have it in green tea? I don't really drink green tea, so that's kind of irrelevant. But like in rooibos tea and lemon tea, I don't know. I'm poor and below average, but marry me. All right, you've convinced me. Why not? When shall we set the date? Are you wanting a large wedding or a small wedding? Do you want to elope or shall we just invite the family? What are you thinking? What are your thoughts there? Coffee or tea, figure it out and get back to us. It really shows what level you're on when you're worrying about such petty things. Exactly. But that's the thing, right? It's kind of nice for us to be able to just have a little privileged lifestyle of coffee or tea. There's really nothing that deep to it. Yes, I am from New Zealand, Adrian. So I'm originally from New Zealand, but I'm living in the UK now. Do you want to know why the riches in every country are building bunkers? One could make assumptions, but it is completely up to you if you want to share. Honey works well in coca. I've never thought about this, I guess. I'm 6 feet, marry me. Well, does that mean our children will have 6 feet? Because I feel like they might get made fun of. Yeah, I've heard people have maple syrup as well. I feel like that would be too sweet for me.
I'm doing my part.
Thank you for doing your part. What if we covered it with honey? No, that's too much. She does honey in the coffee for flavor. Okay. And then a splash of milk to cool it off so she drinks it sooner. So it just goes straight into the gullet. Tall enough to touch the ground? Barely. Good to see you as welcome. A long-term marriage? No, not about a long-term. I would hope that if we're getting married, that it would be long-term, because that's a big commitment. Do you want a big wedding, as in lots of people at the wedding, or do you want just a few? I like how the maple syrup doesn't oversweeten, but also gives a delicate smoky flavor. Really? I will try it, but I'm not convinced I'm gonna like it. That's how I'm feeling, you know? It just adds a hint of the flavor. I like Auckland. I don't like Auckland. We're not in agreement in that one. Am I your type? I'm 4'8" and 300 pounds. Well, I don't really have a type, I don't think. So, I think my type is more, do we have an interesting conversation? Then, so we'll find out. We'll give it some time. I'm going to assume that your name is a play on James. James. Yeah. So we'll find out. I'm personally celibate. Just a little FYI. What's your goal for this stream? Honestly, my goal for this stream was just to show off my plushie. Although, shoot, actually, you have reminded me I had another goal that that I completely forgot about. So thank you. I just wanted to show off a few things, and then my other goal was basically just to. Maybe this is too much insight into me and my my comings and goings. Is I like to call certain streams logging my hours. And so it's for me more than anyone else. It's basically, if I haven't streamed in a few days, I feel really bad. I don't know why. It's a completely self-induced expectation, I suppose. But I guess because I like to have somewhat consistency, a little bit of consistency, and so not every stream am I like, ooh, like this is gonna be what we're gonna do today. We're gonna have a whole bunch of this going on. Sometimes I just log my hours, which is where I come live and just chat with you guys, and we don't necessarily speak about anything in particular. I've said this so many times. I liken it to catching up with a friend over coffee. You never know what you're necessarily going to talk about, but you find out. You find out eventually. Sometimes it will be very surface level, like we're doing now with coffee and tea. Otherwise, sometimes it will get a little bit more into current events, let's say. I try to stay away from politics, but I feel like politics will always come up in some shape or form. I think that there's not really anywhere way of escaping it, but how we handle these things can be a little bit more controlled, I suppose. So anyway, I call this stream logging my hours, where I'm not really putting a lot of intention behind it. Why are you streaming on an alley? It's all I could afford to live in the UK. No, kiwi birds are protected, so you will not be able to try one unless you're doing an illegal. Hey, Fred's also going to marry. Cool. We can have like a polygamy situation going on. Also, is polygamy illegal? I feel like it would be, but I'm not 100% sure. Anyhow, hello. Okay, yeah, handleized. I don't know where that came from. That was very strange. I think it's because I read angleized at the same time saying handle. And so I'm not familiar with Alyssa Sutherland. Sorry, Hamilton. Also, in answer to a few of the questions, my bot will eventually answer these for us, but I am from New Zealand, but my accent is not really a New Zealand accent. It's this weird blend between New Zealand, Australian, and British. So I don't have a real answer for you on why my accent is the way it is. Well, actually, I do have a real answer for you, but it's not worth sharing. I'm from New Zealand is the easiest way to answer those questions. But I wanted to look up Alyssa Sutherland. Okay, let's have a look. Alyssa Sutherland, oh goodness gracious, she is gorgeous. An Australian actress, best known for her roles in Vikings. I feel like I haven't seen Vikings, but I feel like now that I know she's in Vikings, I can see this. There we go. Hopefully you guys can see as well. I'm assuming this one is from Vikings. That feels like a very Viking vibe. It's a cool photo though. I feel like this is more similar to my hair color as well. Because my hair color, maybe not when looking here. My hair color always changes in the sunlight, or lack thereof. And so it's, I've said this before. I don't know what my hair looks like to other people. Like I can see it here, but I want to see other people who share a similar hair color. And I feel like maybe she's a little bit more blonde than I am. But then I see colors like this and I'm like, yeah, maybe that's how people look at my hair. But I don't know. Anyway, the point is she looks like a real redhead because of the fact that her hair is constantly changing colors depending on the photo you look at. Okay, just scrolling down. It's illegal because women don't want to share their alimonies with other women. Oh, I missed what the legality was there as well. Where does Clem live? I live up in an attic is where I am. That's where I am. Sorry, yeah, the legality was about polygamy. Thank you, it is legal. Yes, that does make sense. Not that I was asking... Oh, wait, no, I was asking seriously because of all of these marriage proposals. I can't, you're telling me I can't say yes to them all? Hello from Kathmandu. That's very cool. Paw Patrol. Very cute. Polygamy means many partners, but only one male. No, that's not correct, I don't think. I feel like polygamy is just multiple marriages. Poly being many. Or all? And gammy. Shall we look it up? Shall we look at the etymology? You guys are distracting me already of what my goal is, so don't let me forget about what my goal of the stream was. But yes, this makes more sense. It's illegal because women don't want to share their alimonies with other women. Now I am back on top of my own conversation. Hey, Nick's also marrying! Yahoo! Yeah, it was like strawberry blonde, hey. 75% plastic? No, I think that's just her face. Maybe I'm wrong. You want to marry a sheep? I mean, not me specifically. Hi, Cody. Hi. Love to meet you guys as well. Was that me? It could have been. You let us know. I didn't mean to dox you or anything. You can say yes to them all, but you'll have to marry them all sequentially. I guess it will be like a queue. Or maybe it'll be about proximity. Whoever can get to me first. Because I ain't traveling for this wedding. Sorry. How likely are you wish to be married? Oh, I don't want to be married at all. I've spoken about this before, Orange Fuse. Marriage is not a value that I hold whatsoever. My parents weren't married until I was 11, and they're still together. And so the commitment aspect, I already grew up with showing commitment rather than it having a legal binding around it. But I do think that there is still very beautiful things about sharing your love with the people you love. And so a wedding, I think, can still be really nice. But I'm not religious is the other thing. And so marriage has a lot of religious connotations that I don't hold. And so the final thing is that there's de facto, which is basically where you are treated as a long-term committed couple without the need to be married, and so you can still get some of the through the eyes of the law seeming like you are a married couple. I think the only reason I would get married is if it helps for tax purposes, but that's not something I have to worry about right now. So maybe if I end up in a long-term relationship, then I can cross that barrier in a few years' time. But in general, marriage is not something that I see as an important goal for me. Hopefully that answered your the question. Oh, hello, Alentric. However are they? Oh, I see you've got a little purple partner tick. Did they see your YouTube channel and go, yeah, this'll do? You did not tell me about this. What the frick? Marriage is overrated. You know that you want to get married one day. Hi, Liz. Yeah, the Pokemon are coming out of the walls. I didn't want to say anything. Hey, we got our first... Oh, sorry. We got our first comment. I was waiting for Tom, who's from our YouTube community, to mention something. Because Tom has constantly been like, when are you going to put something in the wall? What's going on? Put something in the hole. And I finally put something in the hole because when I was ignoring my... when I was ignoring some of my responsibilities, like packing, I unpacked a lot of my boxes that I sent from Australia, and I found my little Bulbasaur again. So that's how it looks. What's up, Auntie? Hi, Mario. I feel dirty. No, it looks good. It suits you. Look, your whole brand is purple. It's perfect. You are now purple in all aspects. It's great. Congratulations. You have to tell me how you swung that. I married myself this morning. You know what? I'm really congratulations. I'm really pleased that you were able to share such an amazing milestone with us as well. A lot of males will support you. Thank you, Mark. I don't think just males, though. Marriage in the US is kind of a requirement to get the same legal stuff in Commonwealth. Oh, okay. So, like, they don't really have the de facto relationship, I guess. The community needs to grow a bit more to marry each other. Exactly. Do you... So one of the things, I'm so glad you brought this up, Lounge, because now I can segue without sounding like an absolute degenerate. So one of the things that I looked up when I was hanging out with my friends, or whether a conversation that came up and that we figured out together, is how large a population has to be to have enough diversification, i.e., the real question, that was a better way of putting it. The real question was, how small is too small before it becomes inbreeding? So we literally found out that there is so much research that has been done already on these, and there's a 50/500 rule. And so essentially a population only needs to be about 500 to not have to worry about inbreeding. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that tiny? Anyway. Exactly, see, Mama, you got it. The size of the smallest, well, no, not the size of the smallest gene pool. Just like how small is too small? Anyhow, marriage is 100% overrated, but also can be so nice. Yeah, but and then you see the statistics that so many people get divorced anyway, and so it doesn't actually showcase life together. I think that actions speak louder than a piece of paper. So things happen. Missed who this was, but nonetheless. Oh, why has this not been automatically scrolling? But nonetheless. When we commented on the Bulbasaur when you said elephant in the room. Oh. Whoops. I guess I am still waking up. I respect the marriage part. Do you believe in loyalty and commitment? Yes, absolutely. So I think that something I would like to have a life partner, but they don't need to be my wife or husband. The marriage aspect is not so important. A life partner I do think is very special. However, I think when in a relationship, I don't look at it like, maybe this is a bit of realism in a way. I don't look at it as someone who I expect to spend the rest of my life with. I look at it more of appreciating the moments that we do have. And appreciating the moment that we did have, so with my ex, for example, splitting up, we were together for several years, and I think I kind of made an assumption that we would end up together forever, as it were, but I didn't have the conscious thinking like that. I don't really know how to explain it. I'll have to find my wording better. But then it didn't work out anymore. He's my ex now. And I still have so much love for them. I think that they're a phenomenal person. We just, at the time in our lives, grew apart and were not sharing the same goals anymore. And as an example, I moved overseas, they didn't. So a life partner I do think is something that I would like to have, but I don't think that I would put that pressure on the person I'm with, assuming that we would be together until the end. But that being said, it's very easy to say when young and healthy, whereas, when you're in your 60s, 70s, and you're starting to have maybe some indication of struggling bones and whatnot, I do like the idea of having a support, I suppose. But I don't know if that would necessarily be a partner, or if I would like to make sure I have a strong group of friends. Kids obviously are a great option in that regard, but another thing that is not guaranteed, just because you have children doesn't mean that they're going to be looking after you in your older age. And we see that also as a thing. A lot of people become estranged from their parents or put their parents into a home, and you never really know what kind of relationship you're going to have with anyone. And so I guess it's just kind of, like I said, it's easy when young and healthy, but I just kind of appreciate the time I have with the people that I'm with, rather than thinking so far in the future, especially at the moment. I guess hopefully that is, it was easy to follow. Okay. I was looking at your numbers. I feel they were very different from your previous stream. Oh, right, for Arlo. That was the birthday celebration from Arlentric. That's sounding more like an absolute degenerate, exactly. US does have the de facto thing, but it's called common law. Okay, thank you very much for sharing that. Rated to the fridge, thank you. Polygamy meant sharing passports, however. Okay, if you think you don't believe in being with one man, then you've already cut yourself short by manifesting breakup. I don't think I agree with that whatsoever, because the idea is, because if you get married to someone and commit until death do us part, and then divorce is such a high percentage, it is simply just understanding the statistics of life. It's a realism. It's not the assumption that one would break up. It is the recognition that breakups and divorces are very, very common. And so I think that being more appreciative of the day to day and committing to the day as it happens, I think that sometimes that can be more important than, like, I never assumed I was going to break up with my ex. That was not like, when we got together and then we were together for several years, I was never like, oh, we're going to break up one day. But when we realized that we wanted different things, that is now why we split, and these things happen. And so I don't think that you're manifesting breakup whatsoever. But if you think otherwise, then I simply cannot change your mind. Yeah, my breakup was so bad I fled the hemisphere. I had to change hemispheres for it. This is how marriage looks. Stop making our mind more confused. But that's exactly my point, Mark, is that I think that you can have a life partner without getting married. That is like, what, so I guess, okay, let me put it this way. Instead of me sharing my opinion, you guys tell me why get married specifically. Like, what is the benefit to you of getting married? Maybe that is a better way of phrasing it. You guys share with me why marriage is an important goal to you. Maybe that's a better way of approaching it. Falling in love is easy, marriage is hard. I do agree with this. I think that committing to a marriage, yeah, that can be very, very tough. Every girl's dream to get married and feel like a queen. Well, not mine. I'll grow old and die with you. Yeah, you all better be doing that. When I'm streaming in my 70s, you know. My mum's been... Oh, where is this? My mum's been single for a few years now. It's pretty good with it. Yes, and I have plenty of people that I've had the privilege of meeting that have been very happy individuals, even in their 70s as singles, and others not so much. And so it's just down to the individual. And I think for me, it's just recognizing that I don't know what situation I'm going to be in 40 years' time. So I can only speak for my today. Studies have thought that 900,000 years ago, we got down to 1,280 humans. Jeepers. Were we even alive that long ago? I don't know when Homo sapien became a part of our timeline, I guess. Marriage is also a trap. Exactly. I've met a lot of married men on dating apps. Ooh, that is tasty. That is tea for sure. They want to get out of a marriage and it stops working out, but they can't, so they cheat instead. Isn't that just sad? And that's the thing is, if they weren't married but they were committed for a time, and then maybe it would be not as. I think that breakups are always messy. Even in my situation, I had to sort out who looks after my dog, and that was the hardest thing I've ever done. It was so upsetting. I miss her so much. So my ex has my dog, and it's very, very upsetting. But when moving overseas, it was the correct decision to make. But kids, I think, also complicates things. If you have kids together, sometimes you might want to stick it out for the kids to try and have that unit and give them that support for the children. But at the same time, sometimes you have loveless marriages and it's harder on the children if the parents are staying together rather than if they had split up as well. So it's all about, I think, assessing the situation as it happens. I might move this here because then I can just, that's so much better rather than me leaning over to my desk. Divorce isn't always because there is something wrong in the marriage. Exactly. If man and woman manifest their love forever, it's more likely to happen. I do think that it is nice to consider being together forever, but I guess I'm just a realist that sometimes you get blindsided. Maybe you are doing everything right and then something else happens. You never know. I am from New Zealand. Oh my god, my bot actually responded for once. Hopefully I will be able to figure out why it responds sometimes, but not others. Nonetheless, from personal experience, marriage is overrated. I live with my best friend and she and I will be together until the end. I love that. And I think that is really sweet. And that's the thing is we talk a lot about commitment to a romantic partner, but I am a believer of commitment to platonic friends as well. I do think that it's really hard to make new friends. I think that there's a lot of underappreciation of building a support network with platonic relationships. And I'm really glad to see, Nick, that you have someone that you are committed to. Marriage much more dangerous for men financially, generally speaking. I'm not sure. Like, I can see how that would be a situation a few decades ago. But I'm not sure how applicable it is in a modern age when a lot of women are now in the workforce themselves. Weddings can be fun. Yes, this I do agree with. And that's why I always say that I really like the idea of celebrating your love with other people you love. And so I like going to weddings, don't get me wrong. And I would never say other people shouldn't get married. I think I want to make that clear as well. I'm not sitting here with I hate marriage. No one should be married. The question was, do I want to get married? No. Do I think others should? Yeah, absolutely. I think that is a value that they have. Do I want to get an invite to the wedding? Yes, absolutely. I love weddings. And it's just such a joyous occasion. But it's not something that I would necessarily have for myself. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. How you going? I wanted to also. Oh, you've reminded me. This is for a gremlin for later. Cool. I will save that. There, and then click on that so I can see. There we go. Cool. The open bar. Hi Raiders, how you going? How was your stream, Ava? How was your stream? Welcome, welcome. We're just talking about marriage. So if you'd like to join in, then please do. I am a just chatting streamer, and we just chat about random stuff, and somehow it's gotten on to marriage today. I don't recommend marriage to anyone who isn't keen on marriage. Only undesirables don't get married. Well, I suppose that says all you need to know about me, guys. You heard it here, folks. I am one of them undesirables. I guess I had to find out sooner rather than later. You can't expect one person to commit to you until the end. That's not realistic. Yes, that's how I look at it, Moon. But at the same time, if it does happen, isn't that beautiful? I think that it is a goal to aspire to, but it is also one that you have to realize Some people fail. That's how I look at it. It's not something that you have to assume will end. It is something that just like any goal, right? If you have a goal where you're trying to, clearly I don't set a lot of goals, learn how to or maybe just like walking from like point A to point B. You try and achieve that goal, but something might happen and you might not get there, you know? And so it's not that I'm saying it's not a goal to aspire to. It's just a realism involved that sometimes something might happen where it becomes impossible. Like it becomes no longer a possibility. But you can still aspire for it. Hi, Okami, good to see you. If you're not married, you're a loser. Well, preaching to the choir. She came for a quantum distortion of space-time. You know it, baby. Taylor said my partner and I only did it. We could go back to my home country. See, these are reasons that I completely agree with. And I would be open to marriage for similar things as well. It can make it a lot easier for visas. But yeah, otherwise it hasn't changed much for when you weren't married. Thank you very much for sharing, Taylor. I'm not familiar with Diane Rossini and Mike Vrabel, sorry, Union Ash, but hopefully someone else got their reference. Tax benefits can also be there as well, next of kin, but the thing is, next of kin is, that can be overruled if you just write a will that says this can go to this person. Good morning from London, good morning from Southampton. Marriage is a piece of paper. If the relationship is bad, it won't repair it. Yep, if the relationship is good, it's just a little extra legal protection for sure. Both married for years and still cheated on their spouses. Oh, shoot. That explains the Diane Rossini and then. Would be good if all women had this lady's attitude. No one would get married. I'm just trying to do my part for feminism. What can I say? Okay, a washer, a dryer, and an ironing machine in a tract house that we share. I'm not sure what a tract house, sorry, lounge. So I don't know this reference, but I promise I am scrolling and catching up with chat. I think marriage can be very expensive, especially if it does not work out. Especially the weddings. Where was this? Sorry, guys. I know that some of you have just come in. I'm just catching up with some of the chatter about when we're talking about marriage. So, and then I'll get down to the bottom. I do not identify as a washing machine. I do identify as a cleaner, however. Yes, this is a real brick wall. You got it. Was Homo erectus at the point for the 900,000 years ago? Thank you so much, Sarian. Finding out we have so many inbreeding problems compared to most other animals. Wow. So we did well to come out of that, I suppose. Hi, Danny. Good to see you. In the old days, marriage meant something. People respected it. Nowadays, less so. People get divorced much easier, so marriage has lost some relevance. Yeah, the divorce came from Henry the... Brits might know. 7th or 8th? I want to say 8th, but I'm not 100% sure about that. And so basically, yes, hey! Okay, so Henry VIII basically invented a whole new religion, or a off branch of religion, so that he could get divorced. That's how it happened. And so, yes, I do agree that marriage meant something, but it meant something in a very religious connotation. And not everywhere. You can see marriage and commitment in various ethnicities and culture that don't necessarily have deities. But how we know of marriage today, especially through the lens of a Western world, is very religiously motivated. And so in terms of the old days, marriage meant something. Yes, because people were more religious. And as a whole, there are a lot of people who are moving away from religion. I'm not religious myself. And so, of course, that goes hand in hand, not with marriage, but rather with moving away from marriage. And so it just, I think, is a very obvious correlation. Somebody gotta do the laundry. May as well be you, yes. But I have to do my own laundry anyway, so it doesn't really matter, you know. Weddings are loads of fun indeed. Oh, you're going to be the MC as well. Not having a bridal party, got you. Okay, so it's hard, says Dante. People get set in their ways with friendships. This is about making friendships. Then tend to be less open to them in any long-term sense when they've already got an established friend base. 100%. I've seen people that I know are very closed off to trying to make new friends because of that established friend base, like you were talking about, Dante. And similarly, I think a lot of people, when they try to make new friends, and I say this from my own experience now moving countries, is that it's like, oh well, it's not like my best friend back home or whatever, and forget that you have built that friendship over however many years, and so you have to start somewhere, and other adults are struggling with building friendships as well. So I think that trying to be open and vulnerable is a good thing to platonically. Marriages are actually not more financial dangerous. Thank you. I'm glad that someone else has had another thought there. For a person to forego workplace experience and dedicate 20 years of their life to family, they're completely screwed when divorce comes. That is the one. And you can't say to just not get divorced. Yes. People can be very abusive. There can be a lot of issues in terms of why people don't end up splitting from their partners and husbands and wives. It is a big red flag when a woman is so open to divorce and separation just because the wind blows differently. Is that not just a real? Do you see that as a red flag or as a realism, Michael? Could do a poll on how many in chat intend to marry Clem. No, I don't want this answer. Hey, Arc Raiders from Ava. Thank you so much. Cozy, so my friends here. Thank you, Ava. Sorry, I'm so behind chat. Oh, I thought I was catching up, but I am not. Consider getting myself a cheap wedding band so women will stop hitting on me at the bar, but then I remember the women don't hit on me. Oh, Kiwi man. Undesirable right here, said Dante. Just had a bit of bad luck. I've made myself homeless and all sorts of idiotic things for my exes. Oh my gosh, Dante. But you know what? I love the commitment to the love, and sometimes you have to take a risk, and sometimes those risks don't work out, you know? Marriage is only for the strong, have a belief, and believe in being with a soulmate. So what would you say constitutes a soulmate, and how does one find a soulmate, I suppose? Especially if you feel like you haven't found a soulmate, does that mean that's where the loser and undesirable comes from? There's another thing about weddings. Weddings is when they say, would you like to have chicken or the fish? And then you just choose. But I would say neither because I'm vegetarian. I think it's normal for humans to experience and or want to experience different connections throughout their lifetime. Also very true. Hi, Fran. Serial killer series? Well, I didn't want to share too much about myself, but nonetheless. I'm out here making like $200 a day for munching on clothes then spitting them out. Vortex, I'm glad someone has finally branched out into that niche. Very impressive. Very, very impressive indeed. Should be for as long as our love lasts, not till death do us part. Because I understand, maybe, and this is not a belief that I hold. It is simply just a thought that has come to my head. Maybe that line was a lot more applicable when we were dying in our 30s and 40s. Like, the commitment aspect was, 10, 20, maybe 30 years. Have you thought about that? Have you thought about the commitment is now doubled? Maybe that's an aspect that we hadn't considered in the past. Sorry, something that we hadn't considered comparing to the past. Do you think marriage is overrated and useless for women? No, so I would like to make that clear. I don't think marriage is overrated. I don't think it's useless. It's just not a value that I have. But I don't want people to now say, oh, Clem thinks it's overrated. No, that's not how I feel. Everyone has their own opinion, and my opinion is it's not a value that I need to have marriage specifically. Marriage is a covenant between a man and wife becoming one through the covenant. See, but you're saying this law of God. As someone who's not religious, why would that be important to me? But for someone who is, of course that would be something important. I'm just recognizing that that's not where my practices are. Does everybody hear that marriage vows are based on a specific religion? Right? That's what see, Mama, I'm glad someone said it, because I'm like, is this... do we not realize that I've already said several times I'm not religious? I feel like that's a pretty obvious thing of why marriage isn't super important to me. My vows included, we promise not to spend more than X amount of dollars without checking with each other. That's a beautiful, beautiful way of looking at a vow. I like this. If I were to get married, I'm going to include something like that as well. And then admittedly, I'm not very familiar about the vows or marriage ceremonies in other religions because I didn't grow up in a country that is anything other than Christianity being the dominating religion. And so I can't speak for Islamic states and how they handle marriage and union. There are some places that still allow for, several wives, but God forbid there be several husbands. And so that would be another practice altogether that I'm just not familiar with. And then it's different in India, in China again. So everyone has a different view, and like other cultures and ethnicities have a different view on marriage itself anyway. But that's why I know a lot of us are probably from Western nations that have Christianity as the governing, not the governing, but the predominant religion. And so as someone who is not Christian, it's not really important. Yeah, Arlo said, irrespective of marriage, it can be very expensive if things don't work out. Amen, brother. Can I have a PSP? Yes, but I left it in New Zealand. So as long as you're happy to wait a few months and meet me in New Zealand, then I can grab you my old one. It's red. It's pretty badass. I'm guessing you like weird coffee? No, I like a flat white with oat milk. That's all I like. And that's not that infused with lilies. That sounds more like a tea than a coffee. Not weird. Okay. Marriage is a cage, says Dante. So many people stayed unhappily married because society expected it of them. They'd be ostracized if they didn't. And that's the thing, is people are like, oh, like we should be looking at this as a commitment. Like what happened to the old days where people committed? It's like they were miserable. We just didn't talk about it. It was just all hidden behind the scenes. I've considered, the cheap wedding. Watching you for about 30 minutes during all this time, I noticed you never said bad words. Oh, I do swear. Sorry, Awad. If you think that I don't swear, you are very poorly mistaken. I don't want anyone to, the same way that we've talked about the misconceptions. If you're someone who doesn't like swearing, I genuinely don't recommend watching my channel, because I do swear, but I use it very much for emphasis when I just feel like the swear words are the correct words to use. But I don't think in the conversation that we've had right now, it felt very applicable to swear. But if swearing is not something that you like, then I'll let you know nice and early. I don't recommend watching, because I do swear, and I say very, very like harsh ones. They do not scare me. The ones that a lot of people really don't like, they do not scare me. I lived in Australia for 10 years, so just as a FYI. Oh my gosh, Citrus Fruits, thank you so much. Holy crap. And no message. Well, thank you so much for the $50. Wow, that I don't even have words. That is just very kind. And then the lack of or rather the anonymity involved there is insane. So thank you. That is, oh my gosh, I don't know what to say. Just thank you. I will continue to catch up with chat, I guess, if there was no TTS there. Oh my gosh. Okay. Even the Romans believed in divorce. Did they really? That's not information that I have. So I have a lot of knowledge of a lot of basic things, but the Romans, I'm not familiar with their marriage practices. Being married with children creates a stronger family when tightly knitted as one. Yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Rising to Shine. when you realize most married couples do not take their oath seriously. And this is exactly it. Just if you play the statistics, you recognize how many people aren't committing to the things that they said. So how can you, if they can't even commit to being faithful as in not cheating, how can they commit to staying with you for life, you know? Hi, Rick. I now identify as a turquoise washing machine. The color looks great on you, Vortex. In New South Wales, if you're living in a de facto relationship for 2 years or more, you're considered to have the same legal rights and responsibilities as a married couple. And I know this in Victoria, as in where I was living in Melbourne. For tax purposes, the taxman wanted they put my ex and I's finances together because we were seen as a couple because we lived together for more than 2 years. And so yeah, it was very awkward when I went to the accountant after we split up, and they're like, are there any changes? Like, have you got anything else to add? And I was like, yes, or well, rather remove. We no longer need to track my ex's accounts. So, and she's like, oh, I'm sorry. Where do you wish to spend honeymoon in case of marriage? I think I'd probably do like an island resort. So I'm from New Zealand, so I think a Pacific island nation would be nice, or something like the Maldives. I think it's not usually a holiday destination that I'd like to go on just traveling myself, but I think for a honeymoon I'd like just that getaway, very remote location, and just spend time together rather than doing like a travel. Because I think the person, if I were to marry, the person that I would be with, I would hope really, really enjoys travel. And so it'd be doing a lot of travel and, you know, exploring Europe or USA or South America. And so the honeymoon, I think, would be just like one location in a really, really beautiful location. We're also about to hit an ad break on Twitch, so I'm just going to be catching up with the chat in the meantime if you guys are stuck behind the ads. We are very behind. Okay. I am going to be a little bit quicker on reading through the messages. So if you guys struggle with fast talking, then I will work just a heads up. But yes, Clem is short for Clementine. You got it. Super chat. Someone asked about super chat. I'm not monetized on YouTube, so I cannot get super chat until I am monetized on YouTube. And I'm very new to YouTube, so I don't have the watch hours or the subs. Oh, technically we have the subscribe account now, so thank you guys for subscribing. But the watch hours, you have to hit 3,000 watch hours before you can get super chat or memberships, and so that is why I do not have super chat on YouTube. There we go. So yeah, rising to shine. I think that you have found someone that you can commit to, and that's beautiful. I'm not saying you shouldn't get married, but I think something that I also want to say is that I have noticed a distinct lack of people contributing to my question of why, or rather, I haven't seen anything very direct and explicit of the benefits of marriage over the benefits of committing to someone long term without it being marriage specifically. Hey Boba, good to see you. Love doesn't just evolve, it can wax and wane. Understanding and being fluid with it can be difficult. There is also compromise in any relationship. The hard choices come when a compromise cannot be made. Marriage is often irrelevant in these choices. Exactly right. You know what they say, don't let your girlfriend or wife stop you from finding your soulmate. I didn't know that's what they said, but you know, I actually genuinely don't disagree with this take, Jake. However, if you're cheating on someone, then that is where I am not okay with it. Love your sweater. Thank you, Silva. Isn't it proven that married couples stay together for longer? But are they happy? I think that we're seeing a lot more in a modern context, people prioritizing their happiness a lot more with things like the focus on mental health. I guess you could see that as a selfish thing, and I think for some people it does cross over into a selfish aspect. But that now becomes even more of a tangent. Are you a lesbian? I'm not a lesbian, but I do like women. I don't know Tung God, but you're welcome to share who Tung is. I would like to learn more about Tung. We have a framework for relationships and friendships imposed on us by outdated Christo-Judaic founders. Monogamy is something they introduced, forced rather, and it discounts the diverse psychology with humans. Some are monogamous, some aren't. Exactly. Some want harems, almost. Yeah, it's a complex for one instituted to condemn this as impure is deeply misguided. I 100% agree. And you're seeing a lot more people embracing polyamory now. Polyamory, I can tell you, would not work for me whatsoever. I definitely am someone who, if I have a partner, it's just the one for me. But I do not, I do think that there are people who have a lot of love to share, and polyamory can work for those
I'm
people.
doing my part.
But again, I think even in the polyamory community, there are people who are creating guidelines and rules in that polyamory community that don't work for every polyamorous person as well. And so I think I just look at it as long as people are adults, first things first, and consenting and happy, then whatever works for those people is great, you know? Google Slop data indicates that while marriage is often seen as a more permanent commitment, cohabitating relationships like living together are increasingly common but tend to have shorter durations and higher dissolution rates than marriages. There we go. Okay. Finding a soulmate be what ends marriages. Women usually want a Prince Charming to sweep them off their feet rather than marrying the man that shows up every day. I think that what I would be just careful of is the idea of stories, like intrusive thoughts, I guess. Sometimes we just sit here in our little room or whatever, and then you go, man, I really wish that I had someone bust through the door and give me $1 million. And that's just a dream. It's just like, I wish sometimes you just have a little like, oh, that would be nice. And some people will go and write those stories. And a lot of these stories and these Prince Charming stories are kind of just the like, you know, what if? And some of them came from people being in very loveless marriages, especially people who couldn't, especially women who couldn't support themselves. They did rely on men for money. That's how it worked for a long, long time. Women weren't in the workplace; they weren't making money, and so now we're seeing a shift because women are earning now, and the necessity of having of marriage because of finances is a lot lower. But this, of course, is not thinking about the people who want to marry rich. I would like to make that clear, that I understand some people will pull those people together, but I do think that it is an outdated view on looking at it. Does that mean that there aren't women out there who do want to just marry rich? Of course not. There are so many girls out there who just want to marry rich, and that is not a value I necessarily hold. But I recognize there are people who are like that. I just don't like it when people put in the assumption that, oh, all girls just want to marry a rich man, because I'm literally sitting here as like that is not my goal. The person that I would want to be with is someone that shares my values, and those values can be how I handle finances. I would like someone who's vegetarian, because I'm vegetarian. It makes things a lot easier when sharing meals and whatnot. Someone who has a sense of adventure and wants to travel. It'd be extra great if someone could, I guess, work remotely, because that way it gives me more of an opportunity to move around. So those are things that I would be looking for in a partner, rather than their bank account. And so I think that it is super, super easy to realize, and especially because I have friends who also marrying rich is not their goal. You can see a lot of these people on the internet who are like, if your bank account is not this amount, and there are these expectations of, you know, a man paying for a meal. As someone who likes women, I already can't have that. I can't have that thought process, because I'm like, well, if a man should pay for a meal and I'm going on a date with a woman, does that mean we just get to leave without paying? So I already don't have those thoughts, and I guess I know a lot of bisexual, pansexual women as well. But even the straight women I know, or at least the people that I am surrounded by, do not have the idea of like a man should pay for a date. And so I already have very, very strong anecdotal, and yes, it is anecdotal, evidence that there are plenty of people out there that are not just looking out for the person who spontaneously sweeps them off their feet and pays for everything. And because I think that can be a little bit boring, maybe. But that now becomes more about who I'm looking for. I want someone who can challenge my thinking and grow together and all these kinds of things as well. Okay. No, not a comedian. I'm not a funny individual. We are talking about funny things, I guess, like marriage. Ha ha ha. What's the deal with marriage? But nonetheless. Hey, good morning, good morning. Okay. You made a good point about kids and keeping the unit together when going gets tough. On a balance, I think net positive for the kids, even if things aren't all rosy. Yes, but I can say from my sister's perspective, she's going through a divorce, and I think that is better for the kids because her and her husband were really struggling with their relationship, and it was creating a lot of issues on the kids. But now that they are not living in the same house together, they're actually much more friendly towards one another, and it's better for the kids now that they are not now that their parents are not together. So it can just boil down to the individual situation. Yes, we use generalizations to assist and help put what's the word I'm looking for? Guidelines on these situations, but we still have to treat them individually as well. How many kids do you want? I'm still undecided on kids, but I think if I decide to have children, I'm a little bit concerned that the thing is, if I were to decide to have children, I'd probably just want the one from a selfish aspect. I think that I would really struggle with parenthood. I think in a lot of ways I would be a good parent, but in other ways I would really struggle. And so I think that putting my energy towards trying to do my best for one child is probably what I would want to do. But I recognize that in other aspects that can, and I've seen a lot of only children, that can be a struggle for them as well in terms of socialization. So I think it would depend on if I have other people in my life that have other kids, because in that sense it's like instead of having a sibling, that child could potentially hang out with their cousins or similar and get their socialization, especially from a very, very young age, as in baby age, that way. But I do think 2 is a good number. I really do. I think 2 is a good number. Do I want to have children? Like I said, I don't really know. But if we're putting the hypotheses out there, if we're putting the theory out there, then I think I would want one, but I probably, if I have one, would end up having a second one and hoping that they get along, because that's also not a guarantee. But after 2, I think that I would be like, no more. Or who knows, maybe I would really, really, really like motherhood and then go, no, this is the path I didn't know that I needed. I'm not going to know unless it happens. That's all. That's the answer. One child from every ethnicity? Well, you got to start rizzing up a lot of people in that case. Yes, I support feminism. I am a feminist. I recognize there are a lot of feminists out there who use the term that disingenuously, and I do not relate and support those people. But that's not because I don't support the movement feminism. That's because I don't support those people. The same way that you could say, I think everyone has a right to their religion and freedom of religion. But we're not going to sit here and pretend that every single person who is religious is a good person. We have had wars that are starting because of religion, and that is not because of the religion necessarily. That's because of the people in that religion. So similarly, feminism is a great thing for all genders, but there are a lot of people who have taken that movement and turned it into something very ugly. And like I said, in that case, I just don't agree with those people rather than the movement itself. Hopefully, yeah, that is it. I feel like I've been answering some questions and then I don't know how to flow it onto the next point. I suppose, and so I need to learn like a little. That is the end of my answer. Oh my gosh, I'm like 100 messages behind. The food in Cambridge, I actually didn't go out to eat. I had a home cooked meal, Nick. But it was amazing. It was I don't know what type of curry it was, but it was curry and rice and homemade mango lassi. You might be making the recognition of my friend and their ethnicity when I say all of these things. So it was beautiful. I got a home cooked meal and even a homemade mango lassi. I never understand this permission to spend money on things. I didn't even know that was a really thing. We have our own wages, bank accounts, and bill responsibilities. I do the house, she does the car. Oh, this is in your relationship. We take turns on groceries. Anything else we spend is our own business. I had a shared bank account, but we both put the same amount of money into the shared bank account. So, for example, for trips, it's like, oh, this trip is going to cost us, let's say, $1,000. And so we both put $500 into that account, but then we had our own finances to buy ourselves gifts or each other gifts, and so not all of our finances were shared, but that's how we did it. Christianity came out of Jerusalem. Middle East and Africa. The West were still in caves. I don't know what you mean by that, admittedly. What these stats don't point out is how miserable the married people were. Exactly. It's just stubbornness and the stigma around divorce as well. Yes, I saw you guys talking about my potty mouth. Yeah, I'm a GC. People don't understand the responsibilities of a marriage and it takes effort. Yes, I 100% agree with this horse. I completely agree. I see that regardless of marriage or life partner. So for example, oh, thank you for the beans, by the way, Legion. I do appreciate the beans. I will take all of the beans if I am allowed. If you want money for them, then I did just get an earlier donation. So I might be able to figure something out with you. But sorry, coming back to the marriage does take effort, but I see that as a commitment takes effort. And so, for example, my ex and I, we had some issues. We were together for 5 years and we did have some issues in that time. And we spoke about it and we talked about it and then we overcame them and then we grew stronger together. And then something else would come up and we'd overcome that. But eventually the things that we both wanted just became too different. And so that's why it eventually didn't work out. But there would have been, I don't even believe this, but I can understand in other relationships, I guess, that there can be so many times where people are like, oh, what's even the point? What is the point in trying to make this work? And I think that and my sister, I think, is another good example. She and her husband had some issues. They've had kids, and so they tried to stick it out for the kids, for themselves, for their love, because they do love each other. Even today, I think they still love each other very much. But ultimately, now the decision has been made for them to split. That's just what it worked. Awad, I saw you say, I think that we will show this, that you said my ex lost a nice marriage material. But the thing is, I don't see it as either. The thing is, I lost a nice marriage material. My ex is a wonderful, wonderful man. And I think that a few decades ago, that would have been a relationship where we probably would have got married, maybe had kids, and just be okay. I think that we would have been very content. But there's a difference between contentedness and being like super ecstatic and like excited for every day together, I suppose. And so we cohabitated and we things were easy, but they weren't necessarily like we weren't doing anything together. For example, we weren't sharing, we weren't hanging out with each other's friends. We were just really, really good individuals. and we lived together, and but we just were doing so much of our own thing, and we were supportive of that, I guess, where it's like, oh, like I'm gonna go hang out with these guys, and I'm like, go have fun, and I'm gonna go play D&D, and he's like, go have fun, and so I think that would have basically been the rest of our lives together if we had gotten married, where there wouldn't have been anything wrong, I suppose. And like I said, I think a few decades ago that would have been a more traditional look. But I do think that one of the beautiful things about where we have headed towards in this modern age is more of this search for happiness and search for fulfillment, I guess. And so they have a new girlfriend, and so I'm seeing that his new girlfriend has pushed him to do things that he never did when we were together, and so that I guess is a really good example of your partner helping you grow, I guess. And I think that we did a lot for. Oh, I'm getting emotional. We did a lot of growing together, and we recognize that to continue bettering ourselves and continue that self growth, that it was time to split. And I think that both of us have it's coming up on a year and a half. Both of us have grown so much in that year and a half, more so than if we had stayed together. And that is why I think that shows and is indicative of the benefits of a splitting. But it doesn't mean it's not tough, and it doesn't mean that it's not sad. I'm finding that in my independence that I am enjoying. I don't want to say enjoying life more, but in my independence, I'm really seeking fulfillment and seeking enjoyment in my own company. So I've found a group of friends since moving to England, and I'm getting a lot of enjoyment out of seeing them every single week. I'm seeing them tonight, for example, to play some Dungeons and Dragons, and that's something that I have gone out of my way to try and achieve. I've never found fulfillment in other people, only my achievements and goals. And that's a really good way of looking at it as well, is if you are struggling to create achievements and goals, then that might be a reason why you struggle with fulfillment. But I guess I'm similar in that regard, is that my achievement or my goal is not marriage. And so why would I find fulfillment if that is not my goal in the first place? And so my goal is to have like a good network of friends. And I think I'm slowly building that since my move, and I think that it would be really nice to have someone to share all of the things that I enjoy, and we'll see how that goes. All right. I saw Unknown said, I envy Buddhist teaching, rare to find their stories, and I'm not chasing, I'm no longer interested. There we go. Yeah, Buddhism is another one that I'm very unfamiliar with. Okay, let me have a look. I am. Oh, also for everyone who's just been coming in, thank you so much for being here. I am still new to live streaming on YouTube, and I've been trying different styles, I guess, of multi-streaming. I don't know if it's working or not working, but if I haven't read your messages, it's probably because I just haven't read them, rather than because I'm ignoring them. But I'm just trying to find what my rhythm and whatnot how that works and looks like with the multi-streaming. So thank you guys for sticking around and lurking or listening or contributing. And in terms of going back and reading some messages, I'm still figuring out the best way to kind of handle these as well. Okay. So speaking of, I am going to scroll the term honeymoon. So I like going back and learning stuff like this that I may have missed. The term honeymoon originates from the medieval tradition of newlyweds consuming honey-based mead for one full moon cycle, as in a month, after their wedding to ensure fertility and happiness. Honey refers to the sweet tradition, while moon represents the month-long tradition. The term has also been interpreted to mean the first month of marriage is the sweetest, the honeymoon phase, as it were. So I think that, yeah, I like this. I feel like if I were to get married, now I have to go drink a bunch of mead. And I suppose it is also indicative of like the consummation and trying to have children after the first month or something. Cool. The YouTube bots mark the channel as an Asmongold secondary and immediately demonetized. It's true. It's true. Oh my goodness. But yeah, if there's anything that I've missed, I do apologize. I'm just figuring out how to go this, how to figure or leave these things out. But anyway, I hope you guys have been enjoying the conversation regardless. I'm reminiscing about the time Coach Bombay led the Ducks to victory against the Hawks to win the Minnesota State Championship. Amen, Ricky. Amen. You have to somewhat be selfish when it comes to self-care. Yeah, selfishness, or I guess it's not so much selfishness, it's self-care. Like you can, I always look at it like you have to put your own oxygen mask on before you can help others. And so it doesn't have to be inherently selfish by looking after yourself, if that makes sense. I spent nearly half of my life trying to please others and fix myself when what I should have been saying is you first, people can be horrific with your mental health ailments if you allow it. Exactly right. Coca said there are no benefits to marriage outside of jointly filing taxes and inherent passing of an estate. I always say marriage is the best way to ruin a great relationship, but for some people it works. And that, you know, that's basically my point, is that some people it works, some people it doesn't. Polyamory, is that like dating someone from Samoa? It's true. It is exactly what it is. My day is going well, Rel. I hope you're doing well too. Some are happy even if they're a long time together, for sure. Marriage doesn't affect that, but people will marry because sometimes they're when their partner gets sick, it's harder to allow to see them or make sure the partner's wishes are respected. Ooh, also true. So maybe one should get married so that they don't have to testify against the bad boys that all women want to be with, right? Am I right? Women just want a bad boy. So remember, ladies, make sure to marry them so when they inevitably do something bad, you don't have to testify against them. You guys have convinced me. Now I know that when I find my bad boy, that I'll make sure to lock him down. We figured it out. We figured out why one should get married now. Yeah. Okay, Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes used to be a thing where a dude would knock on your door with a giant novelty check. That would be great. That would be great. Romance died when Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes ended. It's true. And then the pizza man. Don't forget about the pizza man. Standing up in front of friends and family and showing your devotion. Yeah, that's the wedding. It's so nice. It's beautiful. A type of glue. That's also sweet. I like that too. Soulmate is a word that alarms me. I also agree with this, but as a ginger, it doesn't really matter, because as someone who doesn't have a soul, how could I find a soulmate, you know? People who have this expectation are deluding themselves about the reality of relationships. You don't find your soulmates, you build towards this over years. I completely agree. It's not easy. You may also be surprised to find that person you thought was always there. Chasing the dream can sometimes lead you to missing a happy ending. Yes, Dante, you're absolutely speaking my thoughts as well. I think a soulmate, it gives this implication that out of the 8 billion people on this planet, that there's some, you know what, there are so many people that actually I do kind of agree with the idea of soulmate, but the statistic of finding them I am very, very doubtful on. And I think that we should look at people finding their soulmate as it not necessarily having to be romantic as well. You can find your soulmate in a platonic best friend, for example. And just feel like you're one another. You are like sharing the same brain cell, all these kinds of things, without it needing to be a romantic relationship. And that best friend could be a lifetime commitment as well. But I think that putting the idea of finding a soulmate, there is something beautiful about it in stories, but they're stories, and we would be very lucky to find someone who's like everything that we wish for. But like you say, you can build that over time and you can make compromises. And I think it is about those compromises that are more beautiful of, okay, well, these things don't work and these things don't work. How do we make that work? And that, again, is where it can come into marriage and life partners being work, because they are. Marriage increases the chance of families staying together. Marriage studies show children growing up in a two-parent household have a lot of advantages compared to kids raised by one parent. Yes, I've heard this as well. But the other thing that I would challenge with that, Fred, that statistic is there's a difference between being raised in a two-parent household versus a one-parent household and being raised with two parents who are divorced. So, for example, that statistic is about a single parent. When we're talking about divorce rates, we're not always talking, and families, children who are children of divorce, we're not necessarily talking about single parents. And so I don't think that that statistic can be necessarily relevant in this conversation. It is interesting, don't get me wrong. But it's not always indicative of, and so I would be more interested in the statistics that are relevant to living in two households with two parents that aren't together. And sometimes that might even make it easier if those parents find new partners. So then you're raised by four parents. Two households, four parents. Now it's just starting to get the village going, you know? I'd only marry someone because it improves your credit score. I didn't know that. But yes, I know for tax purposes, but not credit score. That, yes, there needs to be balance in a relationship for sure. I hate when someone pays for me. I feel like I owe them. Yeah, I can feel that as well. Eat cookies. I do like cookies. Cookies are great. Challenge your thinking, and then they will be controlling when you get attention from someone else. Please, no. I don't think I'm ready to tell this story. I had something that was very related to that comment, but I think it is something that I still need to not internalize, but work on before I would feel like I can just easily share it. Your soulmate lived in China in 1382. Oh well, what do I do now? My 10th anniversary is in a month. Congratulations, Nick. That's awesome. Going to miss the Central Park as your backdrop when you leave. Well, I will be here for hopefully an indefinite period, so I won't have to worry about that. But I did see someone in one of my my most recent video. They're like, "You're in the UK and all you can show us is a brick wall," and I was like, you raise a good point. So now I feel like I have to go do some IRL streaming around the UK to prove that I am in the UK. So watch this space, I guess. We have to have at least 2 cute children. They can be more red-headed abominations. Can you afford a nanny? No, I cannot. I don't even, I'm not even monetized on YouTube. I will not be able to afford a nanny. If you think you'd be a sub-parent, you'll probably be more than adequate. Yeah, that's another way of looking at it. Hey. Cookies are the best. I agree. I do like chocolate chip and peanut butter. Yesterday, I had a chocolate peanut butter cookie and it was divine. Okay. Trust me, you would like childhood after you experience the first one. That's the thing is, that's what I mean is I feel like if I were to commit to a single child already, I think I personally would want to put in all of my effort on the one, but with that in mind, part of that effort might be about having two. So I do think that I would end up having two if I decide on one, because that's where I'm at the moment is, well, first of all, I need to find someone that I would have children with, but the decision on having one, I guess I would be making a decision on having two, really. Are you related to Cassins? No, I'm not familiar with the Cassins. All beans are free! Yahoo! That is very exciting! We will take the coffee beans in that case. On the marriages, do you think less people are getting married because we, as in the latest generations and general population, because we're too scared to fail? I haven't considered this. No, I don't think my immediate thought isn't in an agreement to that. I'm sure that for some people that is relevant. I think for those people, they're already people who struggle with a sense of like being afraid of failure, and that is not new. That is not something that is more modern. That'll just be individual. And so I think that we would be remiss to ignore the fact that that we are having a loneliness epidemic, and so of course we're going to see less marriages if we're seeing less people in relationships. But I will admit that my knowledge on the causes of the loneliness epidemic is somewhat non-existent. So I don't think that's one that I have a very strong opinion on, because I don't know where it stemmed from. I don't know. I know that a lot of people are pooling this together with the internet, but then the reverse argument is that the internet can bring people together. I know a lot more people in long distance relationships because they found a partner online. I don't know if the internet is making us more picky because we have more access to a wider pool. But that doesn't mean our net is any larger. So I just don't have, I haven't put a lot of thought into it, I suppose. The amount of Sims here will have, you will be a millionaire. No. That is not the type of audience that I am trying to foster, I suppose. X means example, hilarious. I like this. If you're really desperate, I'd gladly give you kids. I love baby goats. If I get a garden, they would be very helpful as well because they can mow the lawn for me, you know? I think Robin Williams explains why divorce and family in a very unique and somewhat fitting in the movie Mrs. Doubtfire. I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on that one. Yes, it is Bulbasaur. You got it, Legion. You got it. See you later, Winky. Married in the 80s. If only I could stream somehow. That's the thing, is a lot of stay-at-home wives and mothers, especially I think it was post 50s, when a lot of the inventions that made cooking and cleaning a lot easier, or maybe it was the 50s, you know, where you weren't having to wash the dishes by hand or the clothes by hand, and even you know, the introduction of a microwave and heating our food a lot quicker. A lot of these things took, which were an entire days of work, got that time got shortened, and so that's where some of this like stereotype of bored housewife came from as well, is my understanding. I could be off base there, but it is there might have been more success, well, not success, but less boredom. That's what I'm trying to say. There might have been less boredom if they had access to the internet, but then at the same time they'll have the, yes, girl boss, you know, leave your man. You don't have to, this is how you can get out of a relationship and take all the money. There'll be all of these forums. Can you shout out my cat? Shout out to Mr. Valentine's cat. All the best with their ADHD. I feel like a lot of cats, yeah, they feel like they would have a lot of ADHD. Hello, hi, good to see you guys. I still wash the dishes by hand. I wash half the dishes by hand and the other half by the dishwasher. So it just depends on, like, I don't use the dishwasher for my pots and pans, but I do for my plates and cups. Is what I do there. Okay. Pierce Brosnan didn't deserve the heat in Mrs. Doubtfire. Again, I haven't seen it. So shall we make that our first movie? Oh, okay. Not speaking of segues. Let me segue to movies after all of this. I'm not Irish. I'm a Kiwi. I'm a New Zealander. Yes, D&D tonight. Exactly. Okay, I think we're not too far behind. If she ignores your message, just write better messages. You heard it here, folks. Most streamers don't read every single message, but you say good for me, but it's also like bad for me, I suppose. I really enjoy reading the messages, but I recognize it doesn't make for the most smooth flow or experience of a live stream. But I guess I don't really know how to do anything else. So I'm learning. And I think I kind of look at it as if people haven't stuck around through the yakking, then that's not the kind of audience member, I suppose, that we have fostered over here in a way. I'm not sure. I'm like I said, I'm very new to the large amount of commenting, I suppose. So I'm finding what works. And at the moment, I don't feel like it's working, but I'm trying to be more comfortable in that because I think the first few days of multi-streaming in YouTube, I was a little bit overwhelmed, a bit overwhelmed, and also I was trying to keep up with the chat, and now I'm just gonna go at the pace that we're going at, if that makes sense. A lamb curry takeout with the rice and naan. Oh, it goes well with the mead. Okay, I didn't know this. I'm not really a mead drinker, so I haven't experienced the mead yet. Self-awareness, that's a good way of thinking of it rather than selfish. So self-awareness and self-care can go hand in hand. What's your secret for being this talky energy? Practice. I've been live streaming on Twitch for 5 years, so practice. Bad boy, what you gonna do? I may have to pick up smoking again, dust on my leather coat for the bad boy. Hell yeah. Hello, princess. Yes. Oh, yes. I'm showing off my Bulbasaur in this one. And speaking of segues, Raven, I will try and show off more friends very shortly. What's a good story versus a dragon versus the actual prince that saves you? Sometimes she wants to stay with the dragon. Have you read the Akatar series? I haven't, but I hear that's about dragon, or is it fairies? I don't know. But but the girlies are getting into some very odd things, I will say. An unbelievable factor. I don't need it to make it work. What is the foundation? Don't argue about the goddamn foundation. You're literally arguing about itself and have no clarification for your own vendetta. I'm not sure what this was from Keith, but nonetheless, I think that they messaged too many messages in a row for it to actually be on topic. Your hair is beautiful. Thank you so much. That is very kind. I haven't seen Children of Men. Horse. It's not relevant. It's just a decent flick. Gotcha. Well, that could segue to movies. Yeah, I feel like Keith is just very quick at yeah, there we go, they were banned. I was like, I think that John, I that's why I was like, I started reading it, but I realized that there's no way that you can have it's like a very manic state, all of those paragraphs sent one after another. There was something else going on there. I thought I found the person I was going to spend the rest of my life with, and she ripped my heart out of my chest, set on fire, fed the charred remains to rabid squirrels, and took their excremented pieces on my organ and tossed them in the ocean for the cod to eat. I would never love again. It do be like that sometimes, hey Quokka. Ginger! I do need some coffee, I will admit. You sound like the girl from the storybook where they have the cobblestone streets and the outdoor gas lamps over by mean Mrs. Pettywillow. I'm not familiar with this one. Who lives on Kensington Avenue. That's all made up, also accurate. I believe it. Lady Garden is not a phrase I've heard in a long time. Last on Sunday. I'm not sure if you got banned for that message or anything, but I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad. As much as I hate it when people are like, oh, does the carpet match the drapes? To say just simply your first words to be Ginger Lady Garden. I don't know how I would code it, but I really want the bot to monitor people's messages, and then when they say something like, is it pink, or anything to do with my genitals, I want it to basically pause the entire stream and then just bring up their profile And so it's like this person's username, the bot then opens up their profile picture and slaps it right here, along with their comment that they have posted. Just to, like, I guess, give them the spotlight that they have put themselves in, you know, where it's like they decided that they want to ask about my genitalia. Like, let's just give them the platform, but let's make it an even conversation. If you can see my face, then I should see yours, you know? I feel like that would be a interesting little project to work on. Yours very nice, but I don't think it'd be so impressive if it wasn't on your pretty face. Was that Riz? That is very sweet. Thank you so much. I can code. Maybe I could make a bot. I will not put any expectations on anyone making this bot. But I do feel, yeah, like a spotlight of shame. I do feel like it would go a long way. Oh my goodness gracious. I like the brick wall as well, John. The weather was pretty gloomy this morning, but if you guys were here an hour ago, you'll see that it is started to light up on my left side. So the sun may just be coming out for when I end stream later. Leah from Stardew Valley. I'm not familiar with them. I do like gardening. I'm a big fan of gardening, except I don't have a garden, so that's really sad. I'm not from the USA, no. Come to Istanbul? Okay. All right. What do you do there in your country? I am currently just live streaming full time. Maybe one day I will pick up a part-time job just to help supplement the content creation. But at the moment, I'm just losing. I'm living a pretty cruisy, is why I said losing. I am living a pretty cruisy life, and just focusing on being comfortable with moving countries. But maybe there was a Freudian slip in there about losing life. We need to watch Mrs. Doubtfire. Well, I was going to watch Practical Magic this weekend, but maybe we should watch Mrs. Doubtfire instead. Do you have an ara uwu voice? I can say uwu pretty well, but I don't know how to do the ara kind of thing. But I will not do the uwu. Hi there. Hello. Hi. You look energetic. I think that I'm feeling really calm today. Like I think I've got I do have energy, but there's a part where like the energy that I have right now, I just feel very calm and stable, which is a rarity for me. And so I think that the higher amounts of energy is surprisingly making me more calm. Does that make sense? I just feel like I'm less susceptible to bullshit today. So your UK fact of the day. All right, let's hear it, Sean. A chicken tikka masala is the most popular eaten dish in the UK. Not butter chicken? I would have thought butter chicken. And tikka masala was created in Glasgow, of all things. A second-generation Indian born in Glasgow, the tikka masala is ours. That's so cool. I love that. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Thank you very much for sharing. Tikka masala is Scottish. Alrighty. If somebody had a bot like that, I would make it life's mission to trigger it. I don't think it would be very hard. Name and shame all the ginger comments. How long were you planning to stream? That's just the whole content. Hey, I guess the problem with a big reason why I try not to. Sometimes I will get triggered. Don't get me wrong, but a big reason why I try not to bring too much attention to the users of nasty comments is because I feel like they're trying to get attention, and the best punishment is not giving it to them. When I accidentally read their messages because I'm catching up with chat or something, then that's unfortunate for me, but I'm trying to get better at ignoring them. However, I know that there are content creators, even like very large streamers who do unbanned streams. I do know that there are content creators who bring a lot of attention to the nasty trolls. And the concern I have is copycats. If you are now making shorts or even longer form YouTube content that is dedicated to showcasing trolls, I feel like you are going to foster a community of trolls. You're going to attract more trolls. Even just I've seen videos where people are like, this troll said this thing, and then there are a whole bunch of more nasty people who are backing up the troll just because of that video. And so I just try not to bring attention to it. And if I do, it's because they actually did get to me, or because I accidentally read their comments and I'm trying to deflect as quickly as I can because I'm like, shit, I didn't mean to read it. Oh, my goodness gracious. Isn't talking about other personal parts a normal thing for you to do face to face? Oh, right. Yeah, we just need some Jesus. Hi, Yasin. How you going? Hi there. I do gaming, but I haven't for a while. So that is a good point. If you want to watch me do any gaming streams, please check out my xclem Plays YouTube channel. If you're on Twitch, then it will be on this channel still. But xclem Plays has all of the VODs. But you will see that it has been a while since I've played anything. However, that's changing this weekend. We're bringing back video games. It's been a while, and that is because I am going to be doing a marathon. It is a term that I have coined of basically streaming every single day of May. However, over the weekend, I did a little bit of a plan for the month, or rather for the every week, and I was like, okay, when can we game, can we chat, when can we give ourselves a break? I think that this year I'm going to do a little bit of I'm going to give myself some wiggle room. I think I'm going to be a little bit cheeky. And in the sense of streaming every single day, on a Saturday, instead of streaming on Twitch or on YouTube, we will still be streaming. So it technically will still be correct about streaming every single day. All right? But we're going to stream on Discord, and it will be the movie night. When I was trying to plan my week and trying to find when movie night happens, I realized that it was just not going to be sustainable if I also want to do a bunch of if I also want to do a bunch of like editing, for example. And so that is how it is going to work. Is technically we're streaming every single day. But we will technically be live streaming every single day, but that Saturday will be through Discord specifically rather than Twitch or YouTube. And that will be my way of like having a break as well. And so if you guys want to come watch some movies with us, please make sure to join the Discord. And maybe should we watch Mrs. Doubtfire? Is that what we're thinking? Is that the one that we're going to make as our okay, hear me out. I was thinking Mrs. Doubtfire. We were talking about Practical Magic. I see Devil Wears Prada is coming out. The sequel is coming out here, so maybe the first one would be an option. I also really wanted to watch Treasure Planet. So that's kind of where I am. That's where I am looking. So if you guys have any preferences out of those four, probably not, let's say not Devil Wears Prada. So let's go Practical Magic, Mrs. Doubtfire, or Treasure Planet. So as in the animated movie. So if you guys have any preferences, let me know. Okay. Why do I picture the trolls on YouTube as Jonah from Tonga? No wonder you guys are talking about Summer Heights High. I have a big garden. We can grow beautiful flowers there. That sounds amazing. Will I get a shout out? Hello. Use AI to code something? Yeah, maybe that is one of the ways to get AI to help me out with the bot of shame. But again, like I said, the bot of shame would then create copycats, you know? Okay, we need the bot. If we do that, then we need the shame. Yeah, from Game of Thrones. Shame. Shame. But no, I don't want to bring attention to the trolls. We just try and ignore them, you know? Oh my gosh, we've got some more raiders! Raiders! Hi, Sandflies! How you going? Drop that skincare. Well, actually, I just went to try and buy some cleanser because the one that I was gonna buy is no longer being produced. So if you have any skincare routine, let me know. Hi, Raiders! How you going? Welcome on in. It is good to have you here. If you guys are from my community and you haven't checked out, welcome to Sandflies over on Twitch. Please do so. They're a wonderful person. They have an awesome Scottish accent, and they're just a kind individual. But I don't know if they're in New Zealand or Scotland at the moment. They're always flipping around, but it's good to see you. We're just yapping away as usual. And if somehow you're from the Sandflies and you haven't come across me before, hi, my name's Clementine. You can call me Clem. I am now living in Southampton, down at the southern end of the UK. But I'm having a good time. I just spent some time in Cambridge to see a friend, and that was really nice. And I have a couple things that I want to show off. But yes, Kiwi Man is here. So Raiders, I will use this as a segue to do the thing that I was meant to do before. And so I will have to go and do that now. I feel like the Raiders are a good opportunity to have this. You're in New Zealand. There we go. Don't feel like you have to stick around in that case with the time zone and whatnot. Kiwi Man, you know exactly what you did. I have some more friends to show off. So I got this. I went to Cambridge on the weekend, and we went to go to a gaming store, and because my friend wanted to buy some TCGs, trading card games packs. There we go. Some TCG packs, and I saw this guy, and I simply had to get him. We also have our Bulbasaur in the background, because one of our community members wanted me to put something in the hole in the wall, so I found something to put in the hole in the wall. But there are more friends to be shown, and I will put some photos in the Discord. But there are more things to be shown, and I'm just gonna pop off screen for a brief moment. Yeah, TCGs, that was not the right one. For but a brief moment. Are you ready? Are you ready? It's a little plant! It's a tiny, tiny little plant! Isn't it cute? This is our little plant. It's alive! It's alive! So very specifically, I have a little story to tell for those who are new. Before I moved to the UK, I was in Melbourne, Australia, and my entire aesthetic was just a bunch of indoor houseplants. I love indoor houseplants. I get a lot of a cathartic feeling when watering them. I like repotting them when they need it, and I like just seeing them grow. Now, a bit of an issue with moving countries is not being able to bring all of my plants with me. I had about 50, I would say. And so I sold a lot of them. I gave away some to some friends. And it was very, very sad time. However, because I had so many plants, we also had some channel point redemptions and other ways to buy a plant for the stream room. And so there are a few plants that basically belonged to community members. And this little guy is one of them. This is a little rubber plant, and with these very, very dark leaves as well. And this one is Kiwi Man's in particular. But how has it crossed the oceans? We did a little bit of a sneaky. So my housemate visited me in Melbourne, and we put some cuttings in their bag to take all the way back to England. So this is one of the cuttings from Kiwi Man's original plant, and I was not sure if it would survive or not. It survived a 24-hour plane trip, and I just said when my housemate had left Australia, as soon as you get back to your house, please just put it in water. Now the problem is that they put it in water, but then they kind of forgot to keep putting it in water and to rehydrate it in propagation. So, for example, basically just like even just like a little jar of water. This is something else that I'm going to show. This is a little secret. And so the water completely dried out. And so by the time I got there, this little plant, this little cutting was in an empty jar. And I was like, gah! I forgot to tell them to keep on checking if it is filled with water. And so I was like, oh no, we've killed it. We've killed it. However, over the last month and a half, I, of course, as soon as I got here, filled it with water. And lo and behold, I did indeed start seeing some new growth in the roots. And not only did I see new growth in the roots, I also saw this that red one. I'm trying to put it against the darker leaf. That red one there is actually a new leaf growing. And so it has life. It is still alive. It is still doing its best. I'll put some photos in the Discord of the roots in particular. I thought you'd find it interesting to check that out. But I decided it was time to pot it, and it's so tiny and so cute. So Kiwi Man's plant lives on for now. We'll see how well of a job I do keeping it alive. And now, it does look like a little tree, hey? But before we hit the ad breaks on Twitch, Kiwi Man, there is an extra thing that I can tell you. Not only has this cutting survived, for now, I have a second cutting. A third cutting did not survive, I can tell you that. But that was the jar. That's why I had a jar beside me here. This is a second cutting. It is of one of the larger leaves that were lower on the plant, which is why it's so much bigger than what was at the top of the plant. And that's also got some roots growing. And so again, you can see it looks really, really gross here in the middle. And that was again because it dried out. But all of those lighter colored roots is new growth. And so that hopefully will survive. I want these ones to grow a little bit more before I plant this one, but also because I have no idea if it will have any space to grow anything. But we'll find out. So your plant lives on for now. I do have another plant that I brought. That's my plant. And then another one from another community member as well. But these ones are doing actually better than the other ones. So fingers crossed that it all turns out okay. But that is the little update. And those are the friends that we are showing off alongside our Pokemon pals. Yes, we smuggled it from Australia. Exactly right. But the thing is that Australia and New Zealand have very strong quarantine rules coming into the country, but England doesn't. So don't tell them that we smuggled in these two cuttings, please. Are you AI and are you Indian? Yes to both, obviously. Clearly. I had a feeling it might have been my boy, but I didn't want to get my hopes out. Yeah, I actually had it ready to go for the weekend, but then I cancelled my weekend stream, so I couldn't show it off. But it has survived 2 days without me around, so we'll see how that goes. Yes, these are indoor plants rather than I don't have a garden to grow potatoes or anything, but I do enjoy my indoor plants. So thank you guys for the segue. Oh my gosh! Flocker, thank for the 15 gifted subs, saving some Twitch viewers from the ad breaks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That is incredibly kind. And thank you for the follow as well. Oh my gosh, I'm going to use this as... I feel very bashful. I'm going to use this as a little break to hydrate as well, because we have been yapping for a couple hours. So I'm going to do this. Thanks, guys. But yes, very Poison Ivy vibes. If you're on my Instagram, you'll see a photo of me when I cosplayed as Poison Ivy with the red hair as well. So check out Instagram. Oh, actually, it's harder to do on YouTube. I've been trying to get my bot to work with commands on YouTube, and I don't know why. So if you guys don't mind, the problem with testing commands and bot stuff on YouTube is that you cannot test until you go live, essentially. The Big Leaf is the one friend who made it out of the ghetto and went into corporate life with health insurance, a happy marriage, and 4 kids, all put into scholarships. That's so cute. That's so cute. I'm curious if flower are fruit plants. Flowers are some flowers and fruit plants come from the same family. I'm not quite sure what it is that you're asking, I guess. Fruits and fruit trees often flower as a part of their process, I guess. YouTube is wild, you are correct. There's a lot of stuff that goes on over there that is a little bit crazy. But nonetheless, we're working on it. Whew, the old hole in the wall was also very funny, Sean. I only just saw this. I have a confession. I bought a basil plant from $5 from the local market. It only made it 2 weeks. Admittedly, I don't know how to grow herbs. My expertise is in indoor tropical plants, herbs. I have bought a basil plant from a supermarket and it died. I would like to try it again, but it was enough to deter me. So I basically a lot of the reason why I can keep plants alive is because I went through the hell of a lot of them dying. Rubber plant? I hardly know her plant. Good one. Cool beans! Also, I will admit that after I asked about if we should watch Mrs. Doubtfire, I missed what the consensus was. But we'll talk about it in the Discord, because only people who will be there for the Discord will be able to chat about it. But I hope that you guys will let me not stream on Twitch and YouTube on Saturdays as a compromise for the movie night. I thought a lot about it, and I figured if I say the Marathon is me streaming every day, then we are still technically correct, the best kind of correct. And I think streaming a movie is a good compromise, especially on a Saturday, on the weekend rather, for others. It feels like a way to commit to the marathon while still being reasonable, you know? Potato. I'd like to try grow parsley as well. See you next time, Silver. Okay. Purely selfish. Thank you. Thank you for your selfishness, Quokka. I do appreciate it. Cool. And also, welcome on in to the newbies. It's good to have you guys here. Okay. I think it's a fair compromise. Exactly. So it's the self-care while still committing, you know? The issue was buying it from the supermarket. That's also why I thought I may as well start from scratch rather than buying it from the supermarket, you know. Anyhow, movie night at 11 p.m. on a Saturday to be technically correct. Exactly right. No, I don't think I can show you really because I don't want to dox things on here. But basically, when I was on the train to Cambridge, I didn't have a lot of connection, which is good because it meant that I couldn't watch YouTube or live streams. And so I just basically spent the entire time trying to build a schedule for the marathon. I wanted to be very particular about time blocking to help keep me on track and not have things run away from me. These are things that I learnt from when I did the marathon last year, I suppose. And it looked really, really good. And I was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna time block even editing. I'm gonna start getting into editing and all these kinds of things." And then as soon as I got to Cambridge, I was like, "Oh, but what about movie night?" I completely forgot to set aside, let's say, 3 hours for movie night, and so I had to reassess that. And then on my way back yesterday, I was like, I don't think I can stream every day and also do movie night for the pace and at which I would like to operate. So I decided, you know what? I won't live stream on Saturdays, but rather I will live stream a movie. So that'll be in the Discord. Sorry, I won't live stream on YouTube and Twitch, but I'll live stream a movie. So it will still technically be correct, but it'll be good. It'll be good. Hello, Richard. Oh, Ricarda, sorry, my apologies. I read that too quickly. Streaming a movie on a Saturday is a lovely, happy medium. I think so as well. It's downtime, but it is still technically correct. But you're right. I don't have to do the big show and dance as well. So I think it's going to be fun. And then maybe it will inspire me to do things with the movie. And the next day we can talk about the movie as well. So I'm very happy. We can do horror movies, we can, but I don't think we'll start with a horror movie. Thank you, Ricardo. Appreciate it. Hi, Telenor. Apparently, time and enthusiastic attention works just as well for the... One moment. I just wanted to see this one. Check around anywhere. Okay, I may have missed this. Time and negligence? What are you guys talking about with time and negligence? Oh, the plants. Killing the plants. Gotcha. Cambridge, I am not a big fan of, so I am not going to be disagreeing with you whatsoever. So, speaking of segues, I went to Cambridge on the weekend, and I enjoyed myself a lot because I got to see my friend, and also their housemates are really, really lovely, so it was cool because their housemate joined us. We went to a board game cafe, and we played a few little games. Some were more difficult than others, and it was cool that they joined us because I really do think that their housemates are wonderful people. One in particular was the one that joined us, and I am not that sold on Cambridge. I have a lot of people who are like, "Oh, Cambridge is so beautiful. Cambridge is awesome." And I don't really know why. I think that Cambridge, if you're going around the city center, it's a lot of colleges. It's a lot of colleges where they have these massive walls to keep out the riffraff, and it just creates this this sense of exclusivity. And so I'm not a big fan. I guess if you're a student, it might be different because you can just wander in and out of the colleges, but it just feels very like you cannot go here. And people are taking photos of the colleges with the gates closed. And so they're literally like putting their hands in through these iron wrought gates with their phones in it. And it just gives this like, it don't feel right. It feels like hundreds of years old, but not so much because of the architecture, because that is pretty impressive that a lot of these buildings are literally hundreds and hundreds of years old. But it just gives this feeling of like the rich and the elite keeping out the poor. And then you can pay to go in and visit the colleges, and it just becomes this whole touristy thing instead of just being a student town. It just feels odd. It feels wrong, I guess. And even some of the touristy things where it's like, here's the apple tree that Isaac Newton sat under and the apple fell on his head, but it's not even accurate because it's like it might have been a cutting from the original tree. And so then they also are just putting on this massive performance where it's like, well, come take a photo of maybe Sir Isaac Newton's tree, maybe not. So I am not the biggest fan of Cambridge. I do like all of the parks. They have a lot of greenery around, and so I think that can be nice. The other funny thing is the Cam, as in the river that runs through. All of the bridges are controlled by the colleges, so you can't even cross a bridge except for like one bridge, and so then it's like, so now I have to pay to even just cross the river. My goodness gracious! You can go punting, which is kind of like gondoliering in a way, and so that can be a bit of fun if you want to do something a bit touristy. That is probably something I would even recommend. It's not exclusive to Cambridge. But yeah, I only went because I have a friend who lives there, and my heart is so full. I really, really enjoyed catching up with them. We had a lot of cool conversations and just learning more about where we're at in our lives and all of that kind of just general chit chat and catch up. And then we accidentally stayed up until 2 a.m. because we were chatting away, and it was awesome. So I really enjoyed myself, but it's not because of Cambridge, it's because of them. In answer to the question of what games we played, we just kind of chose some at random. There was the Sea Mission one that was like a card game. It was weird, steep, like it was a weird learning curve, but we got there eventually. We played a kids game called Outfoxed, which was a collaborative detective game. It was like playing Cluedo, or Clue as you Americans call it. But instead of competing against each other, you work together. That was kind of cute. And then what else? There was another one we played. Oh, we played some Wavelength while we were eating food as a bit of an icebreaker kind of situation. And then there was another one that is escaping me. But it was good fun. It's just fun to go to a board game cafe and see what they have. I think a big problem with the board game cafes, and maybe you guys can give some advice if you frequent them, is some of the games that will take like 2 to 3 hours, if you don't know the rules, you're spending so much of your time figuring out the rules rather than playing the game. So I don't know the best way to approach those larger games, if that makes sense. Yeah. Time and negligence kill the plant, but time and negligee keep the tree alive. Is a negligee, that's like a sexy, saucy outfit, right? Or maybe not. Anyhow, Cambridge University
I'm
showing
doing my part.
exclusivity and elitism? No, surely not. Oxford, I don't remember being as bad. I felt like it was more of a city and there happened to be colleges around rather than just the colleges. Hi, Kelpie, and hi, Sunbeam. It seems to be infested, you reckon? I like it. I heard showing off friends and I needed to come see this miracle. Ready? Ta-da! That's the friends we needed to show off. Yeah, keeping the riffraff out as is tradition. My favorite Isaac Newton quote is, "Do you like apples? Well, I got her number." Oh my gosh! How do you like them apples? I don't know this one, but it reminds me of Futurama with Gunter and his bananas. That's basically a scene from Mars University. Is Cambridge the past tense of Cumbridge? God damn it. You know how I'm supposed to ignore people's messages? That was one of them. Oh, goodness gracious. What is this? If you don't know the rules, I don't know what that was. Sorry, Adrian, but hello. Do you have to pay rent on the games? No, I don't think so. It's basically you pay for the table for however long you're there for, and then you just have access to the board games because of the payment of the table. And then they hope that you also buy food and drinks at the same time. But because it's a bloody student town, I went to go get a beer, and the lady was like, "Can I get your ID, please?" And I was like, "No," because I left it back at the house. I didn't think I would need to bring my ID around, but then it does make sense when it's a student town. Like, so no beer for me, nonetheless. You're not the first person who has compared me. I think the Karen you're speaking of is Deborah Ann Woll. I'm not 100% sure, but let me just double check. Karen Daredevil, because if it is Deborah Ann Woll, yes, it is Deborah Ann Woll. I have been compared to her in the past, but the other thing is that she has had red hair in some of her other roles, and so then that's usually where the comparison comes from because of the red hair. But you know what? I'll take the blonde hair version as well. I never leave home without my ID. Well, I just didn't feel like I brought things in my backpack because I stayed the night. And then I left it at the flat, and I just didn't think about bringing it because I pay for everything on my phone. I don't, and so until we have digital ID, I suppose the phone kind of has all of the monies, and therefore, since I'm not driving anywhere, I don't automatically bring my ID everywhere. But I think that it is something that I want to get better at because being in a country that there's not really any culture shock compared to Australia and New Zealand to living in the UK. It's very similar. There's not really any rules or regulations that I have to worry about because it's so similar. But that's also why I might accidentally get caught out. So, for example, if I was on the train and they're like, tickets, please, or something, and I'm like, here are my tickets. I know how to use this on my phone, or if it has to be a physical one. But if they're like, can we get your ID for whatever reason, and I don't have it on me, then I might be in trouble. So I do think I want to get better at this. And also on top of that, I'm wondering if I will be able to get a driver's license since I'll be here for an indefinite period. So that's something that I think if I don't really. Usually when in a foreign country they don't accept when in a country they don't accept a foreign license. That's a better way of phrasing it. So if I bring my Australian driver's license around, they probably won't accept that as a valid form of ID, and I'm not really keen on just taking my passport everywhere. But a UK driver's license could be useful. Anyhow, weirdly, maybe not so weirdly, but yes, Deborah Ann Woll is indeed a dungeon master. I've seen some of her clips, and I want to watch some of her games because some of them have been aired. But it's so cool. It's so cool. We haven't seen Deborah and Clem in the same room together. It's yet been proven that they are not the same person, and I wish, but please let her have her own majesty. She is. She's wonderful. But yes, I see it's the same thing. Anyone I get compared to, I always say have these longer, slim faces. I think she has very striking blue eyes. So that's when I put my... Actually, no, this version is where I put brown contact lenses in so that you can't tell that I am actually Deborah Ann Woll. I don't think that Deborah Ann Woll needs to pretend to be a random live streamer. Maybe she's doing it to practice an odd accent for a future role or something. In my young days, says C Mama, I was likened to Winona Ryder, except for one boyfriend who met me when I was wearing PVC trousers and preferred to say Trinity. I think that's cute. Becca Scott, yes, we spoke about Becca Scott not too long ago, right? I can't remember why, but nonetheless. When your stream popped, I literally thought it was for a second, Deborah. Oh my god. Well, you know what? Thank you. I'll take that. I am a Kiwi. Congratulations, Sean. Not many people get it. I am indeed a New Zealander. I've intensified my skin routine so I can get ID'd this summer. I had a bouncer ID everyone a couple months ago and waved me in. No, please take my ID. Don't do this to me. That's the other thing is I guess I have started to become more expired because I haven't been ID'd. In Australia, I was getting ID'd a lot, but over here, I don't know if either they are happy serving younger people drinks so they don't ID me. If it's the people that I am hanging out with that mean that I'm not getting ID'd, or alternatively, if I have gotten past a certain age where I no longer look like I need to be ID'd. But nonetheless, it was a surprise to be asked to show my ID until I remembered where the hell I was. Dungeon Master's so scandalous, and Deborah Ann Woll just advertises it in the public. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, she was in Critical Role for a bit. I actually have Amazon Prime at the moment, so I was thinking that I might watch The Mighty Nine. Is that something that people recommend? And I don't know if I should watch Mighty Nine or Vox Machina first, or Machina. I'm not sure how to say it. Hi, Lake Twisting. Good morning. But if you recommend, I will go watch it. Might I suggest an IRL in Australia? Well, I have to go back to Australia, but yes, I am very happy to do so. But I won't be back in Australia until October, if I go back to Australia at all. So that is a big caveat, and it's going to be a while. So I'll try and do an IRL in the UK in the meantime. Your Australian ID should be fine most places. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll take that around. So yeah, I have a New Zealand ID as well. I've got a New Zealand passport, a New Zealand driver's license, Australian driver's license as my forms of ID. But no, I'm not Australian. I'm a New Zealander, but I lived in Australia for 10 years. So that's why I have Aussie ID. Doing research for a part. Yes, exactly. Can we call you Debs? Yes, just to confuse people, you can start calling me Debs. There are a lot of people who get a lot of nicknames for the most bizarre reasons, and I am okay with this. The moment you stop getting ID'd can be quite sad. I think I'm kind of like in this in between. It's been like I've been slowly stopping getting ID'd. So I think I'm transitioning into the not getting ID'd, where it's not making me feel like, are you sure you don't want to get my ID? I was getting ID'd well into my 30s. Kind of miss it now. Oh, well, it's just people doing their jobs. I think for me, the thing that made me feel not old, I don't feel old, but the thing that stood out to me is when all of the celebrities are so much younger than I am, because celebrities always felt like this, like, wow, like they're so much older than I am, even if they're only 5 years. They're so much older, and look at them, they're doing their thing, and now they're like 10 years younger than I am. I'm like, interesting. That's when I started feeling like, I don't think I'm going to be a celebrity. I really enjoyed Vox Machina, but I haven't gotten around to Mighty Nine. Gotcha. Watch the Mighty Nine. Vox Machina. It is key. There we go. Start with Mighty Nine. Subjectively, the best campaign. Done. That sounds like a plan. And also, when I was time blocking my May, I have left a whole bunch of time for me to just do things for myself, like watch the Mighty Nine. So I that is a big reason why I wanted to do time blocking, is so that I can make sure that I am having my self-care. So there are times that have been set aside specifically for not working, which is quite nice. I'm quite proud of myself, I will admit. I once was carded at a booze shop, and the girl blushed a deep red when she saw how damn old I was. Afterwards, she asked the old grandma behind me for ID as well. Both cute and slightly insulting. I feel like she asked the old grandma as a way to try and absolve herself of asking you, where it's like, oh, I ask everyone. I just ask everyone, you know? Instead of just giving you the compliment that you looked under 25. That's basically the rule that they have in Australia and New Zealand, is they ID you if you look under 25, rather than if you look under 20, because in these countries the drinking age is 18. And so I think that putting that age a little bit higher, because it can be a bit ambiguous, makes sense. But then at the same time, I think it really reminds you that a lot of people don't know what age, how people look at what age, I guess. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but nonetheless, I noticed I only get ID nowadays if I had a good night's sleep the night before. Oh goodness, maybe that's what it was. Very, very possible. Boomerang the barkeep idea sounds like a plan. You ruled out TwitchCon. Yes, I won't be going to TwitchCon, admittedly, but that was because I forgot about it. I think if I had remembered, I would have planned around it, and maybe I could have done like an IRL stream, TwitchCon EU, but I'm actually okay with not going this year. I feel like if I were to go, and this is my I'm not really a conventions kind of person. Cue the joke from Kiwi Man. The conventions that I've been to, I think they go very far if you are networking and connecting to other people. Neither of which I enjoy doing. But point being that I don't think I want to go to TwitchCon EU until there are people that I might want to meet in person. And I haven't been meeting other UK streamers or other EU streamers. So I think I'm gonna hold off until I have made some connections. And so I think a whole year, that also is like, oh my god, I've been in the UK for a year, or Europe I should say, in case I do end up moving to Europe rather than UK. I feel like going next year rather than this year makes more sense, because if I go this year, I don't there's nothing really about TwitchCon that inspires me to go, especially that every single year there seems to be some sort of controversy, and not just like streamer drama, but rather safety issues. And it just makes me a little bit hesitant to continue this supporting this practice, you know what I mean? So I'm okay not going to TwitchCon EU this year, but maybe next year is my point. We'll see. Yeah, an unconventional gal, exactly right. And then that way I can just focus on my marathon, and then I'm going to Copenhagen. Oh shoot, I need to book. You guys have reminded me I need to book my accommodation for Copenhagen. I've got my flights now, but I haven't got my accommodation. Mighty 9 is much better, and Vox is already a strong watch. But wouldn't that mean I should watch Vox so then I'm not going backwards? You know what I mean? If I'm watching a 10 out of 10 show and then I go back and watch a 7 out of 10 show, shouldn't I do it the other way around so that I'm more impressed by Mighty 9? Or do I just not watch Vox Machina unless I really, really, really liked Mighty 9? Maybe that's how it could be. Yeah, I'm excited for Denmark. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I'm only going for a few days. And so it's basically just to play Pokemon, because I've got a friend I'm going to catch up with in an evening, and then the other friend will actually not be in the country, so... Nonetheless, good night, Nick. Yes, yeah, go sleep. Thank you as well for all the support. We'll see you next time. I used to get ID'd if I wore a hat. Now the grays and the beard give it away. That and the dark aura of depression. Yup, exactly. Like, these things can weigh you down, you know. Where I live, you can buy mild alcohol up to 6% when you're 16, and more stronger alcohol from 18 and up, and also high. But no guns. That's also why I thought maybe I haven't been ID'd as much since being in the UK. Because of that exact reason. I thought that perhaps that is why they're a little bit more lax, because I don't think I pass for a teenager anymore. Maybe if I dressed more like a teenager, I could get 19-ish. But I don't think that I'm looking like a underaged individual anymore. So I don't think they're too fussed about IDing me. But I guess in a student town, it makes more sense to check. Is TwitchCon like putting all the fish in a barrel for creeps? It does give a little bit of that impression as well, when we're already talking about issues of parasocialness, and then we're like, let's put all of these people together. There's a bunch of large streamers who have just said, I'm never going to TwitchCon for similar reasons. And then when they do, they have troubles. I'm not so sure if it would be an issue. Sometimes it is more of an issue with smaller streamers, because people can be even extra parasocial. Because of the ability to bounce off the chat more. What else is there that I wanted to say on that? I think that I would be more inclined to go to TwitchCon EU than TwitchCon San Diego. But that's just because of my thought processes on... I'll just be upfront. Gun laws, because I do feel like you say with the fish in the barrel that there is this concern about it just feeling like a very easy place for a parasocial crazy person to turn up at TwitchCon. And yes, this can happen all over the world. It just happens a lot more in USA, so it would make me a little bit scared. Will you marry me? I am millionaire. Yes. Oh my god. Yes. 1,000 times yes. Barry, yes. I would love to marry you. Can I make you merry by maybe telling a little joke? A little jokey joke, perhaps? I'll get the bot to do the jokey joke, because that way I don't have to. Will this make you merry if I say... Did you hear about the new restaurant on the moon? The food is great. There's just no atmosphere. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? You know? What do you think? Will that make you merry? Like your vibe. Thank you so much, Footproof. You're so talkative. Yes, that is what I do. I used to play a lot of video games. That's a lie. I used to try and play video games, and then I realized that I just chat. So I no longer say that I'm a gaming streamer. However, come May, come what may, come May, we are going to play some video games again. I will put the proper schedule in the Discord chat. If you're on YouTube, however, and you want to watch me play video games, then I will share the channel for it. One moment. Oops, I didn't mean to put that in both. So my bot is not working over on YouTube, but I'm trying to fix that. If you guys want to watch video games, that is the link to the YouTube channel. I will not be playing video games on my Clementine YouTube channel, but on Twitch it's the same channel. Anyhow, hopefully that makes sense. Hi, hello, hi. The different shows completely. Vox has more silliness throughout it. Mighty Nine is a darker character study style series with less jokes in it, so there isn't an order to watch them. Okay, sweet. I will start with the Mighty Nine and I'll let you know in that case. You're my best friend. Yeah, well, see, Mama, it doesn't count if it's true. Wasn't there a fact that the thing in the US TwitchCon where somebody rushed the stage on the streamer? Yep, exactly right. That was Emiru. Okay, do we need a butterbum? Yes, I think we do. I will work on these slowly over time. I will trade 7 goats to your father for your hand in marriage. Only 7? Wow. Tell me you're a broke-ass bitch without telling me you're a broke-ass bitch, you know? I got guys out here offering at least 11. Come on, come on. 7? That is a joke. Get out of here. Get him out of here. The show or the campaign on the Kotakora? The show. So we're talking about Amazon Prime. If show, it doesn't matter. There's only a season of Mighty Nine show. The campaign is better to watch from the campaign 2. First campaign is hard to watch due to bad audio. Okay. And a problem player. Gotcha. All right. Well, in that case, I will watch Mighty Nine on Prime. That is fine. You're going, but it's on the download. You got it, Lounge. You know me well. Okay. 7 goats, 3 sheep, and you have a deal? Wait, you're not my father. I recently got a new job. Wait, no, hold on. I had to read the whole thing. I recently got a new job at the zoo circumcising elephants. The pay isn't great, but the tips are huge. Now you've made me think about how... Okay, here's actually a little FYI, something that we learned on stream months ago. But elephants, you forced me to think about how large an elephant's penis is, and I am really upset at you for that. However, it is now a segue for me to share that did you know that an elephant's testicles are inside its body? It's called testicons. Isn't that crazy? And so I feel like a lot of mammals, that should make sense. It feels like humans really did something silly to have such a sensitive area out in the open and exposed, ready to just be kicked or hurt and potentially cause infertility. And don't get me wrong, I know people are going to be like, oh, well, it's to keep them cool. It's like, okay, but couldn't we have just developed a better system like the elephant to have a cooling mechanism inside the body instead of the mechanism being, oh, let's just let them hang out. Anyway, elephant, they got a few things going on for them, I'll tell you what. Hopefully you learned something today. Anywho, yeah, I got that Aussie Kiwi vibe. Even if my accent isn't fully New Zealander, I think that my attitude is. Parasocial at TwitchCon, where do I think about the Emery incident? You're absolutely correct. It was really sad, and fuck that guy, 100%. Thanks for the lurksy, mama. Much appreciated. Last one missing on the list is a redhead. Will you help me out? Only if you tell me the rest of the list in great detail, please, DP. Oh, Invincible. Maybe that is what I should watch. So I got it for the boys, but that's one that I will take a while to watch. One, because it's only getting released, but also because it's quite cute actually. My housemate and I have been watching the odd show together, but the thing is, I think similar to my previous housemate, they're probably gone to bed now, so I feel like I'm allowed to slander them. There's all of this like chatter of like, oh, let's watch this together. It's like, oh, have you seen this? Oh no, like I really want to watch it, blah, 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 blah. And then the practicality of actually sitting down and watching a show together is what can be a little bit difficult. So I have been holding off watching a bunch of shows because I want to make sure that I am at least trying to give the opportunity to watch it together. And it is really nice to chat with them afterwards about it, or even during. But I'm trying to find more shows that I can just watch on my own. And so I feel like Invincible is one that I can watch on my own. Mighty Nine, exactly. Good options. But The Boys, not an option. Oh, maybe I can watch Gen V though. So I think I'll watch Gen V, Mighty Nine, and Invincible. That'll be, yeah, that feels like a good trio. An adult bull elephant has the largest penis of any land mammal. It makes sense if you look at the size of the elephant themselves. So it averages 5 to 6 feet or 1.5 to 2 meters in length and acting as a prehensible fifth limb. Highly flexible and... Wait, they already have a fifth limb! Does this Google not know that the elephant literally has a trunk? Like... Nonetheless, sixth limb, I would like to correct Google, thank you very much. Highly flexible and muscular, it can move independently to navigate mating positions or to be used to scratch the belly and shoot insects. It is often described as having an S shape when erect. Ooh, I wonder about that size of the ocean of the motion or whatever the phrase is. Anyhow, so elephant, their penis is literally taller than a human. I just needed that pause so that could really sink in. An elephant's penis, but I will say which type of elephant. Like, is it because if it's an African elephant, makes sense. But the Indian elephants are a little bit smaller, and then the other elephants that I don't know the names of. So we do need some specificity there. However, there is still the fact that an adult bull elephant, whichever species it is with the lack there, is taller than humans. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that wild? The African elephant is the largest. This comes as no surprise, truly. Oh, of course the one that's from Africa has the largest penis. Am I right, everyone? Oh, golly. I mean, it should. If it's the largest in general, it should, right? Balls on the outside is a proof that we don't have a god. Yeah, that otherwise they would have made a lot more of a like you said. Thanks for that design flaw. It was a bit of a joke, wasn't it? Testicon is my favorite annual con to attend. I'm hoping to make a podium finish this year in the open entry tournament. Oh gosh. Anyway, I'm glad that we have found like-minded individuals. Saw elephant versus rhino conflict on YouTube the other day. No context, elephant is king in all senses. Exactly. They talk about the Lion King. No. Elephant King all the way. Hilarious. Hi, I'm sad. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully our chatter about elephants' genitalia has brought you joy or made you more sad. And in that sense, I'm really sorry that we couldn't help in this moment. See you later, Rob. Mason-Dixon line is wait. Your name is a banger south of Mason. I don't know what this is. Sorry, Rob. But anyhow, it does sound fun to say. Everything else, blonde, brunette, Asian, white, black, Latina, just everything you can imagine. Even no, I was gonna say something and then I was like, you know what, I'm not gonna objectify this. But no, I cannot help you out with your list, unfortunately. Today, unless you can tell me more about what this list is. Is it like women that you have asked to marry you and who have rejected you? Then maybe I can help. Hi, Vax. How you going? Feel okay. They tried to do that with a Flash TV show with my brother when he was being active in my role. Yeah, exactly. Clankers don't know about the trucks. Idiots. New Zealand Google sucks. It seems like it. Yeah. I've had this stream on 0.85 speed. What the heck? Oh, that explains so much how relaxed you've been. I've actually been, more relaxed. But yeah, I guess that makes sense why you're like, oh, why is she so slow today? New Zealand's got the North Korean Google. I don't know if North Korea would have Google, admittedly. You know, anyhow. Okay. It's also that the most successful series about superheroes today has more adult themes. I agree, which means you can have a superhero show and not have to make it kid or family friendly. What did I stumble into? Yes. Most humans, exactly. Sorry, most humans. It's awesome that the most success. Oh yeah, the superhero. Sorry, I'm spun around. Clementine telling us she wants the elephant's penis to sink in. I'm glad someone picked up on my genius. I was having a good time and chilling, but now we're on elephant machinery. Might be time for bed. It sounds like it's time for bed. It might also be time for me to head off. We haven't had a super long stream today, but if we're starting to talk about elephant genitalia. And also, did you hear that squeak? I don't think I've really made that before. It just shows that I'm feeling very cheeky now. Do the Indian elephants have bigger ears? Oh, well, in that case, you'd much prefer to go see them because they're better at listening, you know? Everyone wants someone who just listens. The barnacle has the longest Johnson of the animal kingdom compared to its body. Jesus Christ. I cannot. I'm my alien. I feel in love. You look so healthy. I don't feel very healthy, but I'm glad that I'm looking healthier than I was in on a previous stream, mayhaps. I haven't seen Project Hail Mary. Do we recommend? Should I go see it? Because that's another thing I was thinking of doing just for myself is just going to the movie theaters. I was talking with my friend in Cambridge about movies. They're going on a little date. Ooh. So they were asking me on what movie, because the person that they're going on a date with really is super into movies and watches so many, and so it made sense for them to go watch a movie together. But they're like, oh, I don't know what movie. And at the moment, Project Hail Mary is on. So they were thinking that or Mother Mary or another one that I can't remember. But that's irrelevant. I'm just sharing and doxing my friend now. My point is that I'm like, oh, I haven't seen it yet. I wonder if I should go watch it. What's the saying about the size of the elephant's trunk? There's something junk. You seem happy and confident. Thank you so much. I just feel really content today. I think I just feel really relaxed. I guess the time with my friends just kind of gave me a bit of rest and reprieve. So I am feeling pretty good. Did you know a blue whale releases around 5 gallons of sperm in one ejaculation? Maybe that's why the ocean is so salty. This is also why I famously do not swim in the ocean, obviously. Okay, more Google slop. North Korea does not have access to Google, that doesn't surprise me whatsoever, or the public internet. Instead, most citizens use a state-controlled domestic-only intranet called Kwangyong, which prohibits access to foreign websites, including Google, social media, and international news. But I guess that's not exclusive to North Korea. I couldn't even play Pokemon Go when I was landing in China, so I know that they're not the only ones. The stream is now rated R, but that's the thing. I have a nephew who's 10 years old and has said, "Oh, can I watch your stream?" And I said, "Absolutely not." Nope, but no, you cannot. Nope, nope, no, you cannot. Nope, nope. I'll like Project Hail Mary. All right, maybe I could do it. I think that cheaper movie tickets are on Mondays in Southampton. So I'll perhaps I'll go on a Monday sometime. Cool. All right. I'm pretty keen to go see it, and I wanna try and go see more movies in the cinema. Just to give me more things to do, I suppose. I read that Project Hail Mary has gotten great reviews. Cool. All right. We'll have a look. Relax more better than wasting your energy in lifetime present. Yeah, it's just good to relax. It's just good to relax. But you know, the mods are onto these things as well to help out. Time to pack up and clock out of work. Yeah, I'll be easy. Thank you, horse. All the best at work. Thanks for stopping by. Alfonso is such a good name for sure. Demonetize before you even get monetized. Exactly right. Exactly. I'm well. Thank you very much for asking. I've just had a very chill morning, I guess. I just had a little weekend getaway to go visit a friend, and I'm just feeling nice. And I think also because we had so much sunshine over the weekend, it helped me feel a little bit more rejuvenated. And so it's nice. And then I get to go play some Dungeons and Dragons tonight. So I am I'm just feeling very content, I think. And I think prepping for my time in May has helped me feel a little bit more relaxed as well, because it doesn't feel like such a gigantuan. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say gigantic, but I wanted to say more the other one. How do you spell this one? Gigant. This is really embarrassing me. Please, someone help me out. Gargantuan. That's why I was struggling with it. Thank you. Yes, that's why. Because I was getting the beginning wrong, so I couldn't just flow. I was merging these two words. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dynamanosaurus. Oh, speaking of, because I was in Cambridge, I saw some dinosaur fossils, and that was pretty fun too. It was another thing where, because you guys were talking about traintisms, as in the people who have trains as their hyperfixation. We went to a little museum. We're actually planning on going to a few museums, but they were all closed on Mondays except for one. And this one was the Sedgwick Museum in one of the colleges, and it was just a whole bunch of dinosaur fossils, and I completely understand the paleontologist and the dinosaur tisms as well. It was pretty darn cool. For me, I specifically like sea dinosaurs, and so it was very cool to see some of the sea dinos, but that's all. That's the whole story. Welcome on in, Atom. Thank you so much for subscribing as well. It's not meant to pop like a little notification when someone subscribes, but I noticed that it only does it sometimes. So that's sad. My partner Megan and I made a deal. Whoever wanted to see the movie paid. I've taken her to 40 Marvel DC movies, and she's taking me to see the Tarzan and Frozen. If we break up, I'm invoicing her. Yeah, I feel like, especially the vows that C Mama shared earlier of being like, we had the vow to never spend over X amount of money without talking to the husband at the time first. I feel like that's one that you have to you need a lawyer to come in and jig the vows there that you've taken with one another. You've definitely got the short end of the stick. Especially if she's not wanting to go and see any movies. But the other problem is that maybe you have to do some like Inception in a way of like, oh, like I've seen that there's that new Ryan Gosling movie out. Oh yeah, I've really wanted to go see that. Guess you're paying. Got it. I do have a mixed accent. You are absolutely correct. And in answer to how old I am, I'm 29, almost 30. Just 23 people away from my big goal. I'm not sure what AKT playing is, sorry. But you got this. I don't know what this phrase is. You got this. Yes, I do have Twitch Otto. My bot hopefully one day will be better at sharing it. But I will see if I can't. Oh my god! I'll see if I can put it in the YouTubes, and then that way you guys can. Why did it do this? This is not efficient. Mods, can you please share the the Twitch stream in the YouTube chats, please? That would be very, very kind. Said hi. One thing I've noticed, and maybe you YouTubers can explain this to me, is I'm not familiar with the phrase "said hi." A lot of people seem to say "said hi," and I don't know why. I don't know if it's like hello and then "said hi" is meant to be like, hey, by the way, I already said hi. I just don't know what that phrase means. So if you could please educate me, that would be really appreciated. Alfonso is a real person, but that's such a good name for an elephant. What the heck? There's not a real person. Surely not. Surely not. Thank you, Schmick. Much appreciated. Anytime I want to see dinosaurs, I visit my buddy's chicken cube. That's actually very cute. I like this as well. Sea dinosaurs. Yes, I see the sea dinosaurs. There aren't as many as people think. Most are from sister groups or even just freaking big lizards. Well, yes, I'm talking about like the plesiosaurs and the ichthyosaurs. I like them. They're cool. Maybe do a weekend trip up to the Jurassic Coast up north. Apparently you can go fossil hunting. Yeah, so this little museum was talking a little bit about those things and where the fossils are often from. I also want to go to Wales at some point. That would be cool. So a few things on the list, and especially when I was thinking about how it would be cool to actually show that I am in the UK. That the commenter on the latest YouTube video, they really did give me a good point. They really did give a good point that it would be nice to actually show the UK rather than show the inside of an attic. So that's something I'm going to look into, even if it's not for IRL streaming but rather vlogging. I think it'll be cool to just be like, here's this. I don't think I'm going to do anything in Southampton. I've thought about it, and there's some nice parks around. There's nice walks. There's also the like where the Titanic set sail and the bar gate in the middle of town. But I feel like I don't want to shit where I eat in a way. I think I'm not ready to explore Southampton live. I feel like it's starting to feel like so when I go back to New Zealand, for example, I like sharing Hamilton where I'm from. But I think here it's just feeling a little bit too into my living situation when I'm not used to it yet, when I'm still finding my feet. So I think I'll hold off doing anything in Southampton for a while. But we can go visit some of the other cities and we can do a little IRL stream around there, especially when we go back to Europe. I want to do one stream in Copenhagen. Cool. Username said hi. Oh, you guys are much more clever than I am. Yeah, so it's like X Clementine said hi. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, that's really cute. I like that. Okay, so yes. So like Marley said hi. Oh, thank you. That's really sweet. It's a nice stream. Enjoy your lovely time. Thanks, Vax. Thanks for the follow as well. We'll see you next time. And if we never see you again, I wish you a very good life. Lounge said censored. Yes, okay. The light bulb has lit. Thank you guys for that. Hi, Cliff. How you going? Last time I could have sworn she said she was a flat earther. It's true. And didn't believe in dinosaurs, also true. But, you know, I changed my mind the same amount of times I changed my hair color.
I made a great joke about Wales in Discord channel. Nobody laughed. I said, if you're Welsh, a flock of sheep is called speed dating. Well, the thing is that it applies to New Zealanders as well. So I do understand it. The New Zealanders have the same bad rep. Ichthyosaur literally translates to fish lizard. Isn't that cute, right? I think it's cute. Hamilton, not the play, but Hamilton, New Zealand. So not Alexander Hamilton. Kitty kitty roar, if you really want to be specific. Hi, Ali. I don't believe in sea dinosaurs, so it's okay. They're practically the same. So dinosaurs that could swim is what I'm getting at, I suppose. The Earth is flat, exactly, and also hollow, and also on the back of a giant turtle. All these things. Well said. Thank you. I'm glad someone appreciated that, Rob. I'd also suggest not IRL streaming too much in Southampton. You're right about not shitting where you eat, but also not getting abducted when shitting where you eat. A little bubble of privacy is golden. Yeah, I feel like I would be comfortable just maybe doing like a mini vlog where I can be a bit more subtle and I can just almost take photos of the things that I think are cool. So like I could show a photo of the bar gate, for example, and some of the dopey sculptures around it. But I think that IRL streaming, not so much a safety aspect from others, people who are in Southampton. There is where the like mall is, I would feel a little bit on edge, but there are some cool places around it with the squares that are I think are really cool. But I think I'd rather just kind of, yeah, like you say, keep that privacy a little bit, and not like, it's Southampton. If you guys are ever in Southampton, you'll see all the things I see. It's not a very big city whatsoever, but it's just yeah, I think that I am still settling in, and I think inviting people into my space too early will make me feel like I'm not very grounded, maybe. Yeah. Anyway, I haven't thought about it very hard. The only thing is that maybe this is a little bit of insight on how I work is I think I'm pretty good at noticing when things make me uncomfortable, and then I take my time to figure out why that is. And so the idea of IRL streaming in Southampton, I felt uncomfortable by, but I wasn't sure why. And so it's just been like a slow process of still mulling it over several days, maybe even weeks at this stage of understanding that. I think it's a good trait to have as well. It doesn't always like result in anything profound, but it's just I guess I think a lot, and also on the occasion that someone would be like, oh, like you should do an IRL in Southampton, and I'm like, I don't want to, but I don't know why. It's just nice to have that information ready of why. Spinosaurus was hecking cool. I'll have to look them up because I'm not familiar with them. I'm assuming they have a lot of spines. Dinos went extinct because they fell off the edge of the flat earth. Yes, learn from their mistakes. I miss you, Bebo. I miss Bebo too. It's a early social media website. Dinos. Today I went to the river rafting with my friends. Initially, I was afraid, but later on enjoyed it. But it was a great experience, including the blue, chill Himalayan water from the mountains. That sounds beautiful. What the heck? Oh my gosh! I wonder if that's like glacial water or something. The Jurassic Coast is in the south of England. Goes from East Devon to Dorset. I don't know where these places are yet. I thought that it was more on the eastern side of the southern part of England, but I'll look it up. British people do have bad teeth. I actually haven't noticed that so much. So maybe people are doing okay down here in Southampton. We are about to hit an ad break on Twitch. Just a heads up, FYI. We're just catching up. I think we're doing a nice little chill day today, so you won't miss out on too much. Hi guys, hello. Okay. Nanaimotia what? Haggerty? Oh my gosh. Okay, I did not pronounce that correctly at all. It's the newest water dinosaur discovery, and it's already one of my new potential faves. Well, now I have to look it up. I did look up polygamy etymology from earlier. State of marriage to many spouses. Polys means many. Gamos, Gamos, is marriage. So many marriages. Okay, cool. So that was just a little way to satisfy my gremlin from earlier. Nanaimotiuthis hagarti. Let's try this one. This is saying vampire? It is part of the Vampiromorphidae? What? Why is this just showing food of Haggerty recipes? And what is a Haggerty? Okay, a Cretaceous giant vampire. That's a word that I learned yesterday! Oh my gosh! Because there's the because basically how I look at trivia facts or knowledge in general is instead of trying to learn everything at once, just try and learn one thing. And the thing I learned, Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous. And then I was like, I don't remember anything after that other than Neogene. But everything in the middle, I don't know. But Cretaceous, I learned, is one of the periods, not to be confused with Jurassic. So there was like the several hundred million years, 100 million years, etc. I don't know the years of the periods, but I do know them in order now. So the British bad teeth is stop people on the road and do a teeth check. No, thank you. I don't want to do this. That feels like it's going to be very mean. Okay, so now I want to see a giant vampire squid is the Nanaimotiuthis hagarty, apparently. That sounds awesome! I'll see if I can show you guys what I am looking at. It's just a Reddit thread. So this is the vampire squid at the very, very top here. Yeah, it would be very mean to do, exactly. Self-awareness. Well, you know, it's practicing self-awareness, I guess. I can sense the slightest human suffering. It's also not that interesting to you since that's where you're staying. You like to share new things. Yes, but it's very different to me sharing, like Hamilton, I where I'm from. I like sharing my hometown. But I guess Southampton, yeah, when I visited as a tourist, I wasn't that enamored by it. So it's pretty hard for me to be like, like, check this out. Let's go look at this. Let's go do this and that and the next thing. It's not really letting me get any closer. Can I open image in new tab? Nope, definitely not. Oh well. I tried. But yes, I can understand this being a new favorite of yours. Vampire squid, very cool. I like how the cloak looks instead of it being very tentacly. Yes, it would be like walking through South Auckland at night. No, thank you. I went to my girlfriend's lake house once with her family and I lost her nephew. Oh my gosh, while they were gone. When they came back, he popped out of nowhere after hours of searching and he was just fine. That is a lot of anxiety that I do not envy that story whatsoever. I always question the sheep stereotypes that exist in the world and whether it's based in discrimination. And the town close to me that was accused of it had 3 people arrested for the stereotype, and then I feel more uncertain about the whole thing. I think that's a very fair confusion to hold puzzle piece. So I'm not going to blame you for that one. I don't know the water boy at all. Sorry, Boba. How did I miss the fact talking about safety and friendliness? Glasgow in 2014 was statistically the kniving murder capital of Europe, but also the friendliest city? I guess you just got to stay away from the dodgy neighborhoods, right? I don't know. Yeah, it was a big chungus, hey? Gammas me. Well, you know, when you put it like that, you're just such a romantic. Gammas me. I want to learn a little, honestly. The other thing that was quite fun about being in the museums in Cambridge, especially with the dinos, are there so many Latin words, I suppose. And so even, you know, saying fish lizard for ichthyosaurs or whatever, I want to learn a few more words like gamma. So now when we see these things like poly, for example, means many. And so when you see that in front of something, you know the roots of it. I guess I really should just study etymology is really what I'm saying. I don't necessarily need to study Latin, but I just really think words are fun. Thanks, Silva. Much appreciated. Enormous prehistoric cephalopod. That's also a nice way of saying vampire squid. I'm not sure what this one is. Be Gaming. Bonita Fish? I don't know that one. Cthulhu is real! Or was real, rather. Cthulhu was real. We got to make sure that we are getting the facts correct, that there are fossils found, not a cryptid. But after seeing the dinos in this little museum showing, the other thing that it said is there was a section where it showed more mammalia and so more recent megafauna. Apparently there were elephants in the British Isles at some point. And hippopotamus? That feels so bizarre. That feels so bizarre. Is a cuttlefish a squid? I don't think so, because I think it's something about how their cartilages in their body is slightly different, or their tentacles. I don't actually know, but they are different. That is why they have different names. But they're probably all a part of like you said, cephalopods, but then they're different. So like I don't even think they could mate with one another. Actually, not too far from the Jurassic Coast. Google says it's like an hour and a half southwest. Okay, so I thought it was east, but yeah, I'll look into it. Why not? Why not? I would like to see more around UK after all. I have a small story to share with you that happened 2 days ago. Yeah, you're welcome to share in that case. I have a Latin word tattooed on my hand. There we go. Do you know inhypen? Inhypen is ringing a bell, but I don't know why. Sorry, Maria. I don't know why. So maybe I've heard this word or name before, but it's just not like I can't picture anything. Aquitas, that's the one. It's Latin for justice. I remember now on the trigger finger. It feels like a movie character. Okay. I'm saying this because he popped up when his family came in, and that is the most reason why you should thank him, at least in the situation. Oh, got you, guys. Yeah, there are messages that I'm missing. Nonetheless, I've got the best YouTube channel for you, all about words. I'll post some videos. Thank you. That sounds awesome. All right, so I think that I'm feeling ready to wrap up. We've been live for 3 hours. I don't really have any other stories that I want to share. And I'm just feeling a little bit hungry is the reality of it. Sometimes I'll go on a little bit longer, but today I just feel like we've covered a lot today, and yeah, not so much. But I did want to wrap up on a few of these things. What's the theme of this? Oh, we don't really have a theme today. But I want to try and do some more themed stuff. So today, for example, when we're all talking about marriage, I thought that was really cool to share conversation. And I find that kind of stuff really interesting. To see from other people's perspectives, and so maybe we can bring back a form of topic of the day that I used to do a few years ago, but I gave up on it. So I was thinking we could do like Topical Tuesday or something, something that has a nice alliteration to it. You're leaving now? Not quite. Like I say I'm leaving, but it's more like don't suck me into a full nother tangent is what I'm saying. So I'm not leaving, but I don't want to engage in another big conversation, basically. The one episode of Pokemon with the fossil Pokemon, the only one that I can think of off the top of my head is where they fall down into the cave, and then it's like, wow! Is that the one? Thanks, Rob. Marriage is dead. Wow, you missed out on the conversation earlier. Waiting to get a unique Latin tattoo. Might save any Vidi Vici and sport it with some Ed Hardy. I'm not familiar with Ed Hardy, though. And Stone Island jumpers with the badges always on show. That sounds fun. No one mentioned Pokemon. Too late. So I guess I just wanted to give you guys a little heads up on what's going on, because someone went out of their way to oh yes, I remember the Pokemon Island and how scary the giant Venusaurs and Charizards and stuff were. I wanted to give you guys a little heads up of what's going on. Tomorrow, we are going to try and bring back Reacts. I know, it's crazy. It's been a while, but we're going to try and bring it back and see how well it works. I've got a new-ish trial of a system that we will work on and see how that goes. If you guys are unfamiliar, it's in the name. people have submitted videos. We'll react to them. These videos are all from November. And so there are a lot of themed videos, and I think that's going to get even worse when we get to December with holiday stuff, but we'll just go through it. We'll see how it goes. And so yeah, they're coming back tomorrow. I figure that I've been procrastinating it long enough, and we'll just give it a shot and see how it goes. And what else? We'll see how it goes. And find our system with reacting again. Yes, I was getting a little bit hungry today. I had so much food yesterday that I didn't what was my dinner last night? I had a banana and I had something in the fridge that's escaping me. Oh yeah, some celery. I just that basically I became the vegetarian stereotype when people are like, what do you do? Just eat lettuce? I was pretty much just eating lettuce. It wasn't so much girl dinner. I just felt really like bloated and just I was too well fed basically. And so I can tell that having very little when I got home last night is now catching up to me, so I'm feeling a little bit peckish. Anyway, that's the feeling. I always mistake that for parasocial craving. I will have a sandwich and be satisfied. Quite. Yes, so Sean, it's in the Discord. I know that you're in the Discord, so you'll see there's a React channel. We are starting at the beginning of November, so if you're submitting anything, it's not going to be for a long time. But, you know, we'll see how it goes. I think a more stringent version of Reacts, under 2 minutes, no music unless okayed. Yeah. Yeah, well, maybe we'll see. And I think especially if we're still multi-streaming on YouTube, I kind of don't want to do music anyway. I can mute things at very least, but that's why I've been procrastinating it, because I'm like, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I like celery. Couldn't really remember it as well as the banana. I mean, I like celery, but I know that not everyone will. I was just like, Okay, hi, how you going, Pablo? I woke up and started eating Easter chocolate. Well, the fact you still have some, it shows some maturity, at least, that it wasn't all eaten several weeks ago, you know? Lock off the reacts for now, maybe? Yeah, until we catch up. That may be a good idea. Yes, I think I think I'm in agree with this. We'll still go and watch everything that we have watched. But then once we're caught up, maybe by the end of May I can maybe I'll lock them for May and then I can unlock them after that. Because I'm hoping to do this weekly. And also the thing is, while I was on holiday, there weren't so many submissions, so I don't think it would take us too long to catch up anyhow. Cool. I think that's a good idea. I like it. So I will lock the Reacts channel. Oh, you know what? For my own satisfaction, I will lock them on the 1st of May. So this is a little bit of a oopsie doopsies. If you do want to submit anything, you can do it until the 1st of May. How about that? It's a couple days of leeway, because then for my own organization, that's just very satisfying. I love doing things on the 1st of a month. I cannot help myself, so I'll lock it then. Cool. Probably all like 67 videos maybe. Stop posting in regularly. Yeah, exactly. I saw that a lot of people have followed suit as well. But we'll get there. Cool. Thank you, Pablo. I like the background as well. I've got my singular decoration now. Okay, so that is that out of the way. We're going to trial out Reacts tomorrow. I think that I'll use my afternoon to try and fix my... Oh, shoot. While we are live on YouTube, I do want to see if I can fix the bot. So if you guys want to stick around, you can, but I am going to be doing a little bit of tech stuff. So we're going to become tech tuber for a moment. So that's tomorrow, and then the last day of April, I will take off just to make sure that I'm prepared. I've got a bit of stuff that I want to work on, and then we're going to start on the 1st of May. The 1st of May, honestly, is just going to be like today, where I have nothing planned. I legitimately have nothing planned. I don't want this to seem like it's going to be a massive celebration. It is not. it's just basically a little challenge for myself more than anything. And hopefully you guys enjoy coming along. In the Discord, I will post the weekly schedules, which should ideally look the same for 4 weeks on when we're gaming. So, for example, if it's very late for you in the morning, or if it's very late for you right now in my morning streams, the gaming streams are going to be in the afternoon, so it might be a little bit easier on you. But anyway, I will update all of that. I just wanted to get the announcement out of the way, and also the heads up that the Saturdays are technically streaming every single day instead of being on YouTube and Twitch on the Saturday. I think it will be nice to break up the week as well. Yes, that's a Bulbasaur. You got it. No. So I'll give you a quick rundown, but you don't have to commit any of this to memory because I will share it in the weekly schedule every week. So tomorrow we've got Reacts, and then I'll take Thursday off. And then Friday we start the Mayrathon, which is basically just hanging. Saturday will be movie night. No stream on Twitch and YouTube, but in the Discord. Sunday will be Return to Oblivion. I am very excited because I've been missing it. So that Sunday is kind of a me day. Sunday is not for you. That's just for me. I want to play Oblivion. I'm returning to Oblivion. And then Monday, we're going to start some new games. What are we going to play? I haven't decided yet. I'll figure that out later. I actually have a few ideas, and I've talked about them in the Discord. Honestly, I was chatting to the mods. The game that we play will be very dependent on if it is a PC game or if I can get my my consoles working. So I did a little bit of cable management, and I got my capture card out to make sure that I could get my Nintendo Switch connected or my PlayStation connected. And it's not connecting, so I have to troubleshoot that before I can decide on what games I'm playing, because it will be limited to just the PC. And if it's just the PC, I will definitely be playing Oblivion, don't get me wrong. But on top of that, we might have to play Steam games rather than console games. Arc Raiders, you reckon? I don't think so. Play all the games at all the same time, exactly! I don't see the Reacts channel. I don't know. We'll chat about it in the Discord. I'm from New Zealand, by the way, in answer to the which country. Sorry that I missed that earlier. What are the Bulbasaur Valves? You're going to need more room. Yeah, I just have to take out a couple more bricks. It'll be fine. Hi, Dave. Good to see you. Cool. So Saturday will be movie night. Sundays will be Oblivion. And then basically Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday will be whatever game we end up playing. We've got Topical Tuesday, where I will try and have a bit more of a theme to our conversations. Well, these are the things that I haven't figured out, because I like giving things names. I don't know why. I just find it fun. We got React Wednesday or Brain Friday. But I was like, I think that React Wednesday makes more sense. But this is how I was spelling it. Good morning, Jesse. Brain Friday. It's funny, right? I like labeling stuff too. I think it's funny. Brain Friday. But I was like, I don't know if that will get across the idea that I'm doing reacts. But there's something. If you guys can think of, oh, hello, Sean. Fancy seeing you here. It's a good title, but I don't know what it means. So maybe that's a question I can pose to you guys. If you, Wiki Friday could be, React Wednesdays, that could be the one, so that we don't get sued by the Fine Bros. The Fine Bros? I think it's the Fine Bros. So if you hear the word Brain Friday, what do you think about? But I do like the idea of doing like a mini dive, a little topic. But I think that's why I had Topical Tuesday or something. But nonetheless. Brain on Friday. Yeah, that's the only time we use our brain. Hello, Nadine. Welcome on in. It's a pleasure to have you here. I literally spent hours staring at my desktop wondering what to play. Oh no, the paralysis. Maybe we can help you make a decision. How about that, Schmick? We'll figure it out. Baked Nut Friday. And then we just get really high. I caught up with my parents on the weekend as well, and I was telling them about my muscles. So this will also tie into asking about my headaches. I'm still getting some headaches, but it's been better. So yesterday, for example, I was fine during the day, and then it just randomly hit me at like 3 p.m. or something. So it's getting better. So I think my pillow has helped a lot. That's good news. I'm just going to work on it. And my time blocking, I've also said neck stretch. So I'm going to try and make sure to add that into my schedule. So I'm working on it. Are you at the improv? Yeah, I'm improving every single live stream. Let's be real. I think that the people have said, are you at comedy show? Definitely not. But improv, I feel like that is one that I can very wholeheartedly say, yes, I am definitely at improv, because that's all I do all stream. So yes, Kiwi Man, thank you for getting me back on track. I was talking to my parents about my issues and how I'm very certain it is tension headaches with my muscles and the diagnosis that my physio had a while ago. So they were like, oh yeah, like hopefully you can find a physio, all that kind of stuff. And then Mum was like, maybe you just need to get some cannabis oil. Now, my mum is not someone who is super judgmental on cannabis users, but I'm pretty sure she voted no in the referendum. So we had a referendum in New Zealand to legalize cannabis for recreational usage. I'm pretty sure she said no. I will have to ask her. I said yes on the other hand. Not because I use it. I just think it is the correct choice in this yes or no. I know some people aren't for it, but that's why we vote. That's why it was a democracy after all. And I think it was like 46% yes, no. Anyway, I digress. I don't think my mum is super supportive about weed usage. So to hear her be like, you just need some cannabis oil, I was like, oh my God, mother! Maybe she's coming around. Maybe if we have another referendum, she'll change her vote. Or perhaps it's more a reflection that she's okay with it medicinally rather than recreationally. I'll have to get her opinion on that. But it's I love mum as well. So I am pro legalization. Like I said, I know some people aren't. That's not the conversation we're having now, because we will not get sucked in for another hour. I said this 15 minutes ago. It's already been 15. But yes, exactly. The oil versus THC, et cetera, et cetera. So it was kind of cute that that's what she, yes, I think she meant CBD oil as well. And so it's more about the relaxing. And we spoke about it. I was like, I actually genuinely think it probably would help me, because I can't afford getting a massage every single day, unless we really pop off on YouTube. So make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And maybe that'll help us pop off on Twitch as well. So unless I get really, really pop off, I don't think I can get a massage every day. So what would help? I find that ibuprofen helps with my headaches more than paracetamol, which makes sense. Ibuprofen is an anti-inflammatory, and if I'm having tension headaches and it's muscular as that's causing that, of course anti-inflammatories are going to help. So yeah, maybe I'll have to look into some muscle whatever the word you said was. Actually, I need to go get some food. Otherwise I'm just gonna have a bath every single day, get something going on there. Maybe she needs to try it first. Has she tried it? Yes. My mother has indeed tried the weeds. It can be the topic for next stream, maybe? No, maybe, I don't know, we'll figure it out. Let's get Mama on Discord and call the... oh my gosh! My mum would be a phenomenal Spill the Tea podcast host. That would be so cute. It's just me and my mom. Aww. I feel like if it were me and my mum, I'd have to film that in person, though. Legalize the Pokemons! That's what I've been saying, man. Cocaine is the goat drug. I don't think I'll be agreeing with you on that one, GB, but nonetheless. Want a massage every day? I know. I just need to. I need to get married. But the maybe that's what it is. Next time marriage comes up, I'll just say I'm just looking for a man. Oh, when someone asks me if we can get married, I'll say, will you be willing to help with my muscular issues? Eyebrows, eyebrows, eyebrows. Because I do need a massage for at least 90 minutes every single day. Thank you, Sky. Oh, goodness. She'd have to get a new one every few years or so. After a while, she'd be like, oh my God, again. And that's exactly it. It's like, I just gave you one recently. Honey, that was 2 years ago. You can afford a massage every day. Just need to find a willing man or woman, thank you very much, who meets 99% of the requirements. Isn't it just as easy as that? As a friend to many cocaine users, because Scotland is rife for it. Yeah, I know that GB doesn't think it's the goat drug as well. GB's been around a few streams now. That's why they're not immediately timed out or deleted with that message, because they are a cheeky sort is what they are. Are you willing to help with my inflammation issues after the massage? Back on my mind Friday. Ooh. Back on my mind. Like the gremlin. It's like it's addressing the gremlins. Pop Culture Friday. Anyway, let me know if you guys are in the Discord and you have an idea of what you want to do on Fridays. Fill me in. So basically I'm just going to be doing 3 just chatting streams a week with the 4th crossover a little bit with Oblivion, I guess. When I play Oblivion, that one will be in the morning rather than the evening, and that one will kind of be a mix of just chatting. So it's like that's the just chatting streams. So if you have ideas on what you want to see during the streams, then that would be very helpful for me. And that's also kind of what May is for, is to find that rhythm, see what works, see if we can trial having more of a topic of conversation, like when we were talking about marriage today. I think that was a good example, other than the fact that it made me slow down heavily with chat. So that's the only thing that I will have to figure out. They don't have like a slow mode on YouTube, so it doesn't really help there. I'm not on drugs currently. I didn't take any of my paracetamol this morning. Don't get married here. Look, you don't have to. I don't know why your message didn't turn up here, Paul. But I agree with you on the. Oh no, there it is. It's up there. I do agree with you on don't get married. That was my stance, but apparently there are people who are disagreeing. You and I don't need to debate that. We already know if you're already there. Paracetamol is capped, you reckon? I'm an ibuprofen girl, personally. I'd kill for a significant other to massage every day. You must have touch as the love language then. Something I grayed out so much I wanted to become a physiotherapist. Damn. All right. Well, there we go. Boba is willing to give massages. Remember my love on the spectrum to turn my girlfriend from grumpy to happy? Giving massages is a gateway to another mood change. Ooh, spicy. I'm actually really good at massages. I can put my muscles into a sort of spasm mode. I'm trying to, I think I know what you're getting at. I get it. The ladies love it, but it gives me muscle cramps. Yeah, I feel like that's where a lot of people can run into issues if they're masseuses or masseurs, you can mess yourself up if you don't have the proper technique, essentially. I'm streaming from Southampton in England, Paul, but I'm a New Zealander, so my accent is a bit of a mix. Good afternoon, Full Truth. Yes, I need the deep tissue massages. Exactly right. So they call them remedial or deep tissue massages. And anytime I get one, it does improve my headaches significantly. So that's why I'm pretty certain it is all muscular. I went and got a massage when I was in South Africa, and then I had no headaches for a while, but it's now been a month and a half, or rather it was about a month when my headaches started coming back. So it came as no surprise, because I was like, well, this is around the same amount this is now a significant amount of time since my massage. Of course my muscle's going to be messed up again. Contemption Wednesday. So we have React Wednesday, but I'm willing to change that to Brain Friday, where we fry our brains on Friday. That's kind of where I was going with that. But anyway, they're interchangeable. We can swap them around. It'll be either a Wednesday or Friday for Reacts, but this week it'll be tomorrow. I'm good at massages. I do elbows, karate chops. Hell yeah. Thank you for the follow as well. Good morning. How you going? Is there anything else I want to share? Yes, I do get migraines, unfortunately. And so that's why people are asking about my headaches, because it got pretty bad even just a week and a half ago. So I'm not in migraine territory again. And I have been trying to self-massage, even like this, what I'm doing now. That's kind of what I do. And when I'm on the train, I just kind of like squeeze or maybe it's easier on this side. I kind of like squeeze up here. So I'm trying. I do like react with the W. That's quite cute. Free Act Friday is cute too. I like both of these options, but react, I think, with the W for Wednesday is quite cute because of like rec, for example. React. Redheaded people on immigrants. Where did this come? Is that what I should do every Friday? Is that your contribution to what I should be talking about on Fridays? Just every single Friday we talk about my take on immigration. Personally, I'm pro-immigration. Otherwise, I wouldn't be allowed to be in this country. My girlfriend said she loves getting lots of massage. I thought that was going to say messages. And I was like, why does she like so many messages? Anyway, lots of massages. Oh, there it is. I'm dyslexic and confused why she doesn't reply to any of the texts. Okay, so we were on the same length, or same wavelength in that case. Massage deleted. You guys are so silly. Anyway, guys, I think that is a nice place to... That was very funny. I think that Season Lounge's massage is a good one to end on. That is very clever. I don't have anything else to share until tomorrow, so I hope to see some of you guys tomorrow. If I don't see you tomorrow, I hope you have a good rest of your week. Ooh, nice. Hey, Buzz and Fly. That was just in response to Boba's one. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some food. I think I'll go for a little. Oh, I am walking to D&D tonight, so I will get my exercise. I'll figure it out. Thank you so much for the compliment there. Yes, I will do that now. Oh wait, shoot! No, you guys distracted me again. No, we have to sort out the YouTube bot. Stop it! You guys, stop it! Ooh, rub your forehead, you say. I didn't know that. I kind of rub here sometimes. I find sometimes they're along my temple. Stop distracting me. Okay. Hi. Hello, Padma. Hello. Bad chat. Bad. Stop distracting me. Okay. TechTuber has started. TechTuber is started. So it works on... I'm waiting. So we're just going to try and get the Discord message working. So on Twitch, it works. Why does it not work on YouTube? So if we do command Discord on YouTube, it triggers in Twitch, which is what it's supposed to do. Why did it trigger so many though? That's strange. Oh, is that because I have a second? That might be because I have a second bot operating right now. So I won't worry about that one so much. Yeah, stop distracting me with rubbing. Exactly right. Thank you. Okay. Now try a guided body scan. No, I'm not talking about my meditation or anything. But that does sound good, I will admit. It shows up in Twitch when yes, exactly. It is meant to send a message in Twitch, even if it's on YouTube. That I planned that on purpose. The problem is that it's not sending a message in YouTube. So because I can see edit sub action. This says YouTube message, send message in YouTube, send using bot account, and I'm connected to the bot account. How about I try not sending it to the bot account? Let's have a look. I found out the YouTube is reacting to my massage. Is my muscle spasming through the message? So sorry, guys. We are trying to there might be a lot of spamming of the Discord in the Twitch chat. I don't know why it's doing it. Oh my god! Okay. Oh, crap! Oh, no! Ah! I've crossed an issue! Guys, if you want to join the Discord, if you want to join the Discord, there it is. Shit. I don't know how to change this. Oh no, where'd it go? Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, I think I stopped it. It'll time out. Holy crap, what did I do? Oh no! I might have to stop the chat altogether. Is it stopped now? I think it's... How many times can I join? Just once. Just once. I think it's stopped now. No spamming, please. My apologies. Genuinely, I'm so sorry. Okay. Well, what I will say is that it seems to sort of work when it's not trying to send from the bot account, I guess. I don't want to click the link now. Fair enough. I cannot hypnotize anyone, unfortunately. Wait, it's not still going, is it? Oh god, what's happened? Okay, I'm gonna turn off this link. How do I turn this off? Edit, enabled. No, turn off. Stop. Okay, it won't work now. Okay, all right. You were sewing Discord. Clever. Very, very clever. Okay. No wonder no one wants to massage you. I know, right? All right. That is done. It shouldn't even work at all now because I just turned it off altogether. Yeah, that's not working at all. Perfect. No, the thing is, I can't go eat because I can't test YouTube bots unless live, and so that's why I wanted to do this. That's why I wanted to do this now, because I can test on Twitch offline, but I can't.
I'm doing my part.
I can't test YouTube, so that's why I was like, we're gonna do a little bit of tech tubing. So let's choose another bot instead. Maybe the games one. So command when triggered, it should just be command play. So I might have to make a new one altogether, which is kind of annoying. It's almost like I think the problem is that the YouTube, it's like it's not reading the exclamation mark.
I'm doing my part.
It feels like the YouTube, when it's reading messages, ignores anything that has an exclamation point, because it seems to read things if not with an exclamation point. Hi. But then the next problem with that is I don't want someone to like say Discord and then it just triggers. So maybe we need a different command in YouTube or something. Areola Grande, that's hilarious. No, I don't listen to either Areola or Ariana, but I too am a big Areola fan. Actually, that's a lie. Hide all the nipples. No, it's not so. It's, I guess so, but it's also for other things. But I guess it could read anything. Okay, let's try. So this one will be called YouTube Discord link. How about that? And then we go, the trigger will be, is there anything in YouTube in particular we can do? Broadcast, not really. First words, message. Well, that doesn't work. No, that's not what I want. We want a command triggered. Create command. This will be YouTube Discord link or whatever. And then the commands, the start location, maybe I could do exact. Would that work? Okay, anywhere. Discord. and then we'll ignore this on Twitch. It'll just be on YouTube. Because that might be a thing, is that we might have to do just like a YouTube has a different system than Twitch. And then we do a sub action. I feel so techie right now. Send message to channel on YouTube using the bot account. And we have seen the bot account work, so it should be connected. Do you guys have the Discord link by any chance? Can I just get a copy of the Discord link? Thanks. There it is. Okay. Oh, the Discord link is not working on Twitch right now. I want to see if do you have Discord? Patience. Everyone hold. Everyone chill. Well, this is awkward. Exactly, Sean. I got it. Do you have Discord? Why is this not working? Let's have a look at the command again. Anyway, guys, this is basically what happened. Thank you, Calm. That's actually very cute. This is basically what happens. This is what happens. We have to try and figure it out over time. Sources. And basically, I end up watching hours of YouTube tutorials just for it to not work. Are you a bot? No, I'm just trying to get my bot to work. And it's gone. Okay. Discord. I feel like it's not fetching data or something. Okay, what if no, it won't work in this one. That's what I'm trying to do, Michael. The chatbot's not working. That's exactly the issue. Is that I have a chatbot and it works perfectly in Twitch. But it does not work in YouTube is the biggest issue. So I'm trying to get it so that when people want to join whatever, that the links work. But the links are not currently working. And so it's almost, yeah, it's like it's just not reading or fetching the data. Yep, in Twitch it keeps on going over and over and over and over and over. What is this? Hi, Bradley. I'm just doing some technical difficulties. So don't mind me. I'm just trying to figure out why things aren't working, and failing miserably, basically. Okay, actions. Why would it not work? I mean, the command is just whether or not it has Discord in the message. And then it seemed to work. It definitely has my bot connected. It feels like there's an issue with the bot not connecting. Because it spammed it when it was me. Yeah, fuck it. We'll do it live. When Clem was leaving. So maybe I can try making one again that is but if it says me, then it will just keep spamming it over and over again. Ugh. Very strange. So I think that I will have to look at it offline, unfortunately, in that case. Yes, I did disable it, but I made a new one. AI dependent. Oh, clearly you are very new to live streaming. Your chatbots have existed for a long, long, long time, and it has nothing to do with AI. In fact, that's what the issue is that it is to do with programming, not AI. If it were AI, it would work immediately. I hope things stop going poorly. Thank you, Bradley. I do appreciate it. We're just basically trying to get the bot to respond to messages in the chat. Hey, Lil, how you going? So, okay, so over in Twitch, you do a command, an exclamation mark, and then the chat bot is able to read the chat, and so it can see that it's doing exclamation mark, and then it will respond to that trigger. Sorry. It doesn't work so similar to a different command that Boba has tried. However, yes, my teeth are AI. Everything else is not AI except specifically for my teeth. I just have a little filter that follows everything here. Thank you, Ricky. I don't know. I think the thing, so basically yesterday I was trying to do a little bit more techie stuff, and something that I realized was the programming of how to do target user. I managed to fix that, but I can only do it in Twitch. The thing, and so to fix the target user situation, I had to put in this random variable that was like get input. So I'm wondering if YouTube specifically needs an extra layer of get input, or if I should. Oh no, I disabled the chatter one. Sorry guys. I disabled them while the bot wasn't working. They'll come back. What is your Instagram ID? Well, if I had my bot working, I'd be able to share it immediately with you. But in the meantime, it's not quite just sending like I'd like to. But it's xClementine_. I was not able to get it without the underscore. Yeah, so socials work in the Twitch. Hello, how you going? Clankers can't do anything right. But it's just strange. It's just very, very strange why it works on Twitch but not on Discord. Hi, welcome. Well, typically we just talk about random stuff, and right now we're just trying to do tech issues. The thing is, I was supposed to end stream. I guess technically I've ended stream now. This is kind of like, literally, if I ended stream, this is what I would be doing. If you want a little peek behind the curtain, if I had ended stream when I said I was going to end it half an hour ago, this is now what I would be doing. So you just are seeing a little bit of a peek behind the curtain on the tech side of things. Paste the code into ChatGPT, it will debug it for you. Well, it's just using an app called StreamerBot, so there shouldn't be very many things. I'll see if I can show you guys. Where are you? Where are you? I'll show you what it looks like for those who are curious. So I'm currently trying to use StreamerBot, but I might have to use a different website. There you go. This is what it looks like. So basically, these are I've just done links at the moment rather than working on any of the other commands that we used to have on Twitch behind the screens. And so the things that are not here, they're working on a different app called Mix It Up. But I am trying to get ignore this one and ignore that one. That noise is coming from nowhere. And so basically, if we go to Instagram, you can see here in commands that what's supposed to happen is that here are the links where it says command Instagram or command IG. Ignore bot account. Maybe I should. Oh, maybe. Shall we try turning this off? Maybe we can try turning this off. Maybe it's trying to. Maybe that could work. Twitch message and YouTube message. Because that's something I remembered, is because it's defaulted to not tick YouTube message. So I know to go in there. Go in there and make sure YouTube message is done. So let's see what happens if I don't ignore the bot account, but I'm scared that it's going to do the same thing. So we're going to try and get Instagram working. If we come back to actions, then someone who does command Instagram or command IG should send Twitch message and a YouTube message. I've made it so that even if you're cross-platform, it should do it. So it's working in Twitch, but why is it not working in? Why is it not working in? Oh, wait, it is working! Oh my god! That was the whole problem! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Was it just that it was ignoring the bot? Okay. Is that simple? Oh my god, this is so exciting. Okay, don't ignore bot account. All right. And then we'll swap over here. Please work. Please work. Yes, I am still streaming, I know, but that's because I was trying to sort out these bots. Okay. And now Discord. Give it time. Because it should go in Discord. If you put a message in YouTube, should also work in. I'm trying to make it work. Why is it not working? Why? I see what the problem is. It's messaging in Instagram as usual. Crap. I was so excited. It was unfounded success. No, I'm not doing so well. The problem is that it is just triggering in Twitch. I do not understand. I do not understand whatsoever. I got such unfounded success. So ignoring the bot account doesn't help. Grrr. Cooldown sources. Have unticked bot. I mean, I guess I could try and see if we read it in only one place. Okay, so if I get rid of hi, how you going? If I get rid of the Twitch reading, because I could just make duplicate things. Make it so it only does the link on the platform. Yes. So I'm happy to do two separate commands. It's just more work essentially. Thank you, Dylan. So now I want to see if maybe not reading the... Okay, did I do the wrong one? Yeah, I think it has to be separate bots, hey. The thing is, it's not the I don't actually think that it is separate bots that are required. It's some sort of conflict of using the command, like as in the exclamation mark. So how about we try using a different command? So if I were to say exact, maybe, will that work? Instead of it being, it still works over in Twitch. So I would love to do some New Zealand IRL streams. That would be very fun. Hi, Ask. How you going? You have amazing teeth. Thank you. That's better than anything. Can be a toothless budgie without trying, and we all know what a toothless budgie does. It succeeds. Do we? I don't know what a toothless budgie is. Aren't all budgies toothless? Thank you, Ricky. Even if it is excitement over things not working. I just cannot figure out why it wouldn't work. So if we go anywhere, just Twitch, resist counter, persist, case sensitive, no. Of course you may, Dylan. And then that should, okay, this is the problem, right? Every time I type in YouTube, the bot is clearly reading it because it's able to perform an action in Twitch. So we need to figure out why, or rather I need to figure out why is it not performing an action in YouTube? Because the bot is reading it, But what do I need to do to get the bot to now send a message? And this says send message to channel. Hi, being new here, not ask. Is there a way to define its output to a particular chat channel? I will show you on here. So basically, I this is what I have. Send message. Like this says, so you can see it says send message to Twitch, send message to YouTube. There's nothing here that should imply that it can't send a message to YouTube. The only thing that I was able to do was send using bot, like turning this off. And as soon as I turned that off, that was when it had the massive array of messaging. Oh, what about like, do I have to turn, maybe I have to make my bot a moderator on YouTube perhaps? I didn't try to swap them around, but I mean, I can try, which we're going to do on Instagram because I think that will be easier. If we get rid of the one in Twitch message altogether, then, yeah, so the bot is clearly reading Twitch messages, but it's not sending messages in there. Poopy gets banned all the time. Oh, maybe we can actually use this one because that. Oh no, this one doesn't even work. Wait a second. This one shouldn't even be messaging there anyway. But that's just details. That's just simply details. Thank you. Yeah, I think that maybe if the bot's not a moderator, maybe that's where the issue is. I didn't think about this, but let's try that, shall we? Thank you guys for your patience. I know that it's like not really with anything in particular, but it is nice to have some company while trying to figure this out, I will admit. I will probably not be accepting the friend request. My apologies, Dylan. I don't really take the take friend requests when on Discord, but just a FYI. I will mod. So it's less so about moderating and more about trying to get the bot to work. We don't need moderators yet, but we do, however, need the bot to come through. So user management, xclamputer, at xclamputer, youtube.com/@xclamputer. There we go. Save. Xclamputer is now a moderator in the channel. Ah! Ah! Oh my god! That was it! That was it! Yay! That's all it needed! Okay, so, all right. So now we should be able to go IG. Why is it not working? Yay! That's not the right one, but it's trying! It's trying! Yay! Oh my gosh! I'm so happy! It does take a moment because YouTube's always a little bit delayed. Anyway, okay, so now we have if I say games, then that should link my Xclam Plays YouTube channel on everything. Yay! That was all it was! My bot is finally working, Yoda! I'm one with the bot is with me! We finally got it! Yeah, I think we're all a bit delayed, hey? We're celebrating the robot working. I cannot believe I didn't think about moderating until now. There might be some that don't work because of me turning things off and on again, but I am so pleased. The headache that has been occurring for so long. So now that it is working, we should be able to do when anyone wants the socials. The socials are, you sound orgasmic. I feel orgasmic. This is better than an orgasm. So the only thing is trying to, oh my goodness, trying to make sure that we don't have too many like emote versions in the YouTube because they don't have emotes. I can't believe it was this simple this whole time. So I think there was one with my donation page where I did try and get 2 different versions of yes. Yay! Okay, so now it's just gonna be a whole bunch of me doing manual labor, and that's fine. I cannot believe I didn't think about moderating the bot this whole time. That is such a simple solution. I think the reason why I was so confused about it is because it would work sometimes. But anyway, it's going to work all the times now. Thank goodness gracious me. That is very, very, very pleasing. All right. Now I have my afternoon organized, I guess. So I'm going to go and change all of my commands to make sure that they are working across the board. Anything that doesn't work, it should be fine. It should just be a matter of like adding, like now that the YouTube is a bot is a moderator, it should just work. Sometimes the simple solution is the one that gets overlooked. Exactly. So I am pleased. But that's exactly it, Schmick. Why would it work sometimes? And I think that working sometimes is exactly why I didn't consider moderating the bot as the issue. It makes sense. Don't get me wrong. It does make sense. But the fact that that is the solution. I need to make a tech I think I need to make a tech tutorial for people out there where it's like less so about or maybe I should go on Reddit and just be like, if you are struggling with this is the solution I found. Posting the links. Ooh. Yes. 9Fox, maybe that's exactly it. I must have links turned off in YouTube. And so the only way to share a link in YouTube would be if you're a moderator. And that's why the bot would have worked on things that weren't links. I think you're absolutely correct about that, 9Fox. Yeah, that feels like a very, very logical conclusion to make. They're not here at the moment, Season Lounge, so they do not have to worry about my orgasmic celebrations. We are quite all right over here. But nonetheless, okay. We did it. So, on that very happy note, I'm going to call it a day. We had a great conversation today. If you had fun, consider liking and subscribing and following and whatever platform you're on. I will be back tomorrow. We are going to watch some videos that were submitted from the community and see how that all turns out. I'm here for Zelda's more than Links. That's adorable. And I'm very pleased that now the bot is working. We got there in the end. A very successful little end to the stream. I'm gonna go get some food now because it is almost 12:30. Thanks again, everyone. I'm done now. Bye.